waiting, huh?
All right, guys, welcome back to Press X Podcast. Welcome if you are new. Thank you guys, as always, for waiting patiently for the show to begin. We already have quite a few people here, which is always awesome to see. So, yeah, be sure to hit that like button, guys. We have some new emojis that we've unlocked. As I've said, you guys have been absolutely just killing it, just absolutely annihilating it with the memberships. And every time we hit a new milestone, YouTube unlocks another emoji slot. So we have more emojis than ever before. I've added some new ones. RP Gaming, you're saying sounding better today? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm nearly 100%. I'd say right now I'm at about 90 to 95%. It's just a, slight congestion at this point. So yeah, I'm glad that I'm finally feeling better. I want to wish a happy Mother's Day as well to all the moms out there. It is Mother's Day. So big shout out to moms. But yeah, I'm feeling I'm feeling a lot better today. I have to say I am I don't know why I keep getting sick the way I do, but it didn't last too long. It was just a couple of days, and now got that out of the way. Looking forward to to hopefully a PlayStation showcase, which I see that there's a lot of buzz in the chat about this supposed PlayStation showcase, and we're definitely going to talk about it over the course of this episode. Maximilian Pegasus 88, thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying I started playing Elden Ring. It is hard. That is all. Thank you. I'm glad it's not just me that thinks Elden Ring is difficult. I think Elden Ring is a very difficult game for sure. But it's a good game nonetheless. Definitely a must play game, I would say. So shout out to you, Maximilian Pegasus. You'll have to update me as the weeks go by how your first playthrough of Elden Ring, how it goes. You have to let me know. So yeah, some of the topics we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about the PlayStation Showcase, specifically the announcement, because it is technically a new week. I mean, Sunday to me doesn't feel like the start of a new week, to be honest. I feel like Monday is the start of a new week. But it is technically the start of a new week, and a lot of people are expecting Sony to announce announce the showcase at some point this upcoming week. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about like our expectations. There still are a lot of people, understandably so, who simply don't believe a showcase is coming. And then there are people who believe that even if there is a showcase, it's going to be an underwhelming one. It's not going to be very exciting. So we'll talk all about that. We're going to talk a little bit more about some of Sony's big exclusivity deals and how they might play seemingly a major role in this upcoming showcase. But it seems to me that Sony is just not letting up with exclusivity deals at all, not even a little bit. Which, depending on how you view those types of deals, you may be okay with that. You may be unhappy with that. You may be happy with that. It's hard to say. We're going to talk about how tomorrow is going to be, I don't know, tomorrow's going to be a weird day. Tomorrow's going to be weird because the EU is going to come out and give their verdict, apparently, supposedly, on the Activision Blizzard deal. And I don't think it's going to change anything, regardless. But we'll talk a little bit about that. And just generally speaking, we're just going to talk about random things. Talk a little bit about Spider-Man 2. I did put out a poll yesterday that I might refer to as well. So for anybody who's here right now who maybe hasn't voted on that poll, go to the community tab. Over on my channel, I have a poll basically asking you guys how you feel about, Sony's approach to, live service games. The Furious, you're saying, thank you, Mom, for bringing me in the same timeline as Cerny. Yeah, if you give her a card, you should write that in it. That would be pretty funny. Sarah Eladin, I don't know if I said your name correct, man. Apologies if I said it incorrectly. But you throw up a couple of Jim Ryan emojis, some laughing Ryan emojis saying it's coming. Yeah, so that's going to be the first topic I dive into. Before I do, I just want to remind everybody, I'm sure pretty much everybody knows by now, but we always have new viewers here, so it's always worth reiterating. If you want to help support the channel, if you want to help support what I do, if you like what I do, consider becoming a channel member. That's a great way to support me. Consider gifting channel memberships. As you guys have seen, pretty much every stream, we have incredibly generous individuals here that continually gift memberships. So if you can't become a member or you're not able to gift memberships, then at the very least, consider opting in to be allowed to be gifted memberships, because that's something that continually happens here on the channel. And also consider donating a super chat, as some of these kind individuals are here. Not only does it keep the conversation going, but it's a great way to support the channel directly. And if you can't do any of those things, just simply watching the content, being here, and hitting that like button helps tremendously as well. So thank you guys for all of your continued support. Yes, Waved Max, we do have new emojis. I know you love the emojis, so there you go, man. There you go. Stephen Jones, thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying, hope you and your family are having a good Mother's Day, MBG. I think the showcase that is going to happen will have some bangers. Really want to see Spider-Man 2 gameplay. Well, thank you for that. So far, our Mother's Day is going pretty well. Mrs. MBG seems pretty happy. So hope you're having, you and your family are having a good Mother's Day too. And yeah, Stephen Jones, this is going to be, I'm going to use your super chat as a way to segue into the first topic, which is the PlayStation Showcase. For anybody who is unaware, just in case, I'm sure most of you are well aware by now, the PlayStation Showcase is rumored to happen the week of May 25th. Okay? This comes from not only Jeff Grubb at this point. It's not just Jeff Grubb who's saying that, but we also have Andy Robinson of VGC corroborating Jeff Grubb, saying that Sony is going to be holding a showcase at the end of May, possibly at the beginning of June. But Jeff Grubb doubled down. He actually tripled down. And Jeff Grubb claims that the showcase is happening the week of May 25th. Now, if we look at the calendar here, that is next week. Okay, so Sunday is technically the start, as I said, of a new week. So we have the 14th through the 21st. That's this upcoming week. And so It's worth noting Jeff Grubb did say that the PlayStation Showcase could happen before the 25th. He said the 25th at the latest. Like the week of the 25th, the latest. That's interesting to me. Look, I'm not saying I'm anticipating this. I want to make it clear. I do not expect this to happen. Okay? I do not expect this to happen, but it is a possibility that the showcase could happen this week. I don't think it's going to. That would be quite a shocker. I think that would shock everybody, but that is a possibility. Realistically, though, what people are anticipating is that if Sony is planning on holding a showcase on Thursday, May 25th, then surely they're going to announce that showcase this week. Now, is the announcement going to happen tomorrow? Unlikely. Tuesday? Still unlikely. Wednesday? Unlikely. Thursday, the 18th? Potentially. Friday, the 19th? Potentially. Now, here's the thing. There are a lot of people who are of the mindset that if Sony doesn't announce the showcase this week, if it's not announced between the 14th and the 21st, then it's not happening. Then everything we've been told is a lie, and it's just simply untrue. Well, I understand that. I understand why people feel that way, but I do want to encourage people to keep in mind that Sony is kind of strange these days. Okay, like they operate differently. They are more unpredictable than they ever have been. It is completely possible that if Sony is planning to do a showcase on May 25th, they could save the announcement until May 22nd. That is a very real possibility. Sony, I don't know, man. They don't seem to care about giving a whole lot of time for people to prepare themselves for these shows. It's worth noting that the last showcase that Sony announced, which was for September, they announced September of 2021, that is. They only announced it about 5 days ahead of time. That's it. They didn't announce it a month ahead of time. They didn't announce it 2 weeks ahead of time. They just gave it 5 days. So just be mindful that if Sony doesn't announce the showcase this week, it doesn't mean it's not happening. It actually likely means that the announcement of the showcase is going to be very, very close to when it actually happens. Now, let's talk about the other side of the coin here. Okay, let's talk about the other side of the coin here. What if they're just not doing a showcase? Or what if all of the rumors are wrong? Totally, I mean, that's a totally fair assumption. It's a totally fair question to ask. Now, look, I don't have any inside sources. Obviously, if I did, I would let you know. Do I think that it's... Let me put it to you this way. What if I had to give a percentage? What percentage would I say I believe it's untrue? It's not happening. That the showcase isn't happening. Truthfully, 10% or less. I think there's a 10% chance it's not happening. I think there is a 90% chance it is absolutely happening. The reason I say this, well, there's a little caveat I want to add to this. There are like these assumptions that Sony doesn't like insiders. Well, obviously, Sony doesn't like insiders. Sony doesn't like leakers. And there are like these assumptions that if insiders like Jeff Grubb and Andy Robinson and VGC, if they're all coming out and basically pinpointing that, yep, this, like, we got word of Sony's plans, this is when they're doing it, that Sony would go out of their way to delay their show purposely to basically end the careers of these outlets and these leakers. That's a possibility. That would be pretty weird. I got to be honest. Like, that would be pretty weird for Sony to do, because it's like the idea that Sony would completely overhaul their plan just because some leakers basically said, like, yeah, this is when Sony's doing their showcase. That would be very bizarre to me. I'm not saying it's not possible. Anything is possible, but that would genuinely be very strange. I don't know why a multi-billion-dollar corporation such as Sony with the PlayStation brand would do something so so petty. So truthfully, where I stand, I'm 90% sure this showcase is real and it's happening during the week of May 25th. I feel extremely confident. I would be quite shocked. I would be quite shocked if after all of this time, after all of the rumors, after all of the insiders, right, if it was all just BS, I would be upset. Yeah, I would be very, very mad. I would be frustrated. And, the truth is if it doesn't happen, then Jeff Grubb's career is over as an insider and a leaker. If it doesn't happen the week of the May 25th, then VGC's track record, I mean, they're going to take a big, big hit. Nobody's going to take them seriously anymore. But, we've also been getting the rumors that Sony has struck a significant deal with Konami regarding Metal Gear Solid as well as Castlevania, and these are going to be games that show up. Saying Tom Henderson has not corroborated, that is true, but Tom Henderson, I think he's been pretty open in saying that, like, he doesn't have sources that know that type of information. He has sources that know what's going on with, like, Sony's hardware plans and whatnot. Saying insiders aren't going to be right all the time. Another person says one mistake ends a career now. Well, you have to understand that this is, yes, absolutely. That's the name of the game. If you're an insider, if you are somebody who is leaking inside information, that's the name of the game. Every insider understands that if you choose to believe the information you're being given, and then you choose to publicly share it, you are attaching your name to that information that's not supposed to be known. And you're basically asking people to believe you. And even if you say, like, I could be wrong, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. And in this specific case, you think about PlayStation, the reality is this type of rumor in particular will end a career, because Sony hasn't had a showcase in about a year and a half. PlayStation fans have been burned time and time again with different insiders, different rumors regarding the showcase. And so for certain individuals in the gaming industry to come out and say, like, yeah, this is what's happening and this is when it's happening. It's gonna, like, I'll put it to you this way. Like, am I saying that if Jeff Grubb's wrong, like, he no longer has a career in the games industry? No, that's not what I'm saying. But make no mistake, no one will ever believe him again when it comes to anything regarding PlayStation. That's just the reality of it. You could say I'm being overly dramatic, but I'm not. That's just literally what would happen. And so I view it as a situation where the only reason that these individuals would come out and say that, oh, we're doing a showcase, or Sony is doing a showcase and this is when that's happening, and then doubling down on it. To me, that tells me that they are extremely confident, and I'm confident in their confidence, essentially. So saying Jeff Grubb said that Xbox was getting rid of the gold subscription. Yeah, but I don't think you guys understand what I'm saying. Like, I'm not talking about Xbox. I'm talking about PlayStation. Like, I'm saying that on the PlayStation side of things, Jeff Grubb doesn't give out too much information. And he's been correct about things for PlayStation. Most recently, he was correct about a state of play, which, again, gives me more confidence. But it's just that a lot of people already don't believe Jeff Grubb, you know? Or Andy Robinson of VGC. Like, a lot of people, like, just straight up, a lot of people don't believe that Sony's doing a showcase. You know? I'm just saying that if we don't get a showcase from Sony this month, I'm not going to be the person to sit here and say, well, I guess they just canceled it last minute. Or I guess they decided to move it last minute. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say we were fucking told one thing and another thing happened again. And, you know, I'll get burned. That's what'll happen. I will get burned. But I don't believe we're going to get burned, truthfully. I fully believe that Sony, and the biggest reason is, putting the insider talk aside, Sony has to do a showcase. It's not a question. Like, it's, you know, I see some people basically saying, like, it's going to be funny when Sony does literally nothing. And it's like, no, that wouldn't be funny at all. That would be, you would see me rant like I've never ranted before against Sony, because that's just, it's not a possibility. Saying the console is still selling doesn't matter. I don't give a shit that the console's still selling. What I give a shit is I bought a PS5 and I bought it for games and I bought it for Sony's games, and it's their job literally to show the customer, that, you know, the person that they sold a console to, like, hey, you know, here's Spider-Man. Like, here's some game, here's a trailer, right? It's not entitlement either. People have to stop being so apologetic when it comes to stuff like this. Like, it's okay to turn to Sony and say, guys, you haven't done a show in a year and a half, and, you know, we have Final Fantasy 16, and that's huge, but we haven't seen anything of Spider-Man. You haven't announced any new first-party games. There's no roadmap. It's okay. It's okay to turn and say, yeah, they need to do a showcase. They need to show stuff. So basically, when it comes to the conversation of a showcase, like whether or not it's going to happen, in general, I'm of the mindset 100% Sony is doing a showcase. Now, does that mean the showcase is happening at exactly the time when I'm expecting it, or when the rumors say? No, I am, again, like 10%, I'm prepared to find out that, you know, shit got mixed up and it's actually happening after Xbox's show or something like that. I am prepared for that. That would suck. But I really am 100% confident that a showcase is happening, not because I want it to, but because it literally has to. It would be cataclysmic if, in my opinion, it would be unbelievably bad if Sony didn't do a showcase. You're saying, dude, there is no showcase. I'm going to be honest. Like, I can't help but laugh. I got to be honest. Like, I can't help but laugh at people who genuinely believe Sony isn't doing a showcase. Like, I don't think you guys understand what would happen if Sony didn't do a showcase. Like, their investors would start to have a problem, because part of the reason Sony has to do these showcases is, believe it or not, it is for investors as well. You know, like, Sony, the reason, it's like, imagine if Sony didn't have a showcase for the PS5 in 2020. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if they didn't do a showcase and they didn't announce all of those games and basically release those games over the next 2 years. Like, it would have been bad. It would have been really, really, really bad. It would have hurt PlayStation very badly. It's fun. Like, it's funny you're saying I'm being dramatic. Okay. I just want it to be known that PlayStation sales are already slowing down a bit. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I mean, we got some data in the UK, and PS5 sales are, they're not like, continually they have been for the first 3 months, but April, we finally saw some slowdown. Just saying, like, the console's not going to sell itself. It needs marketing. It needs games to sell it. Sony has, and that's the thing. All right, look. I know there are a lot of doubters, and I'm not trying to convince you. Okay, let me put my opinions aside for a second. I need to just ask, for the people who genuinely believe that Sony is not going to have a showcase, I seriously need it. I need you to think about this question and hopefully answer it. What is the purpose of their first party studios? Where are their games going to show up? When are we going to see a first party studio announcement? Like, when's that going to happen? I mean, Sony has more studios than ever before, and we haven't heard a single thing from them in terms of new game announcements. State of plays. When was a first party game ever announced at a state of play? When did that happen? Because I don't recall. I don't recall games like The Last of Us, God of War, Horizon, Ghost of Tsushima. I don't recall any of those games ever being announced at state of plays. You're saying a blog post? Well, I mean, that's a fair answer. I mean, you're telling me that Sony's going to announce The Last of Us multiplayer in a blog post? Well, I sure hope not. Stellar Blade's not a first party game from Sony. It's a second party exclusivity deal. Summer Game Fest. Again, when has Sony announced news? Oh, wait, that's right. See, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just saying that's not how, I don't know why people think Sony operates that way. They don't operate that way. Like, they just don't. When has Sony ever said, we're just not going to put on a show to reveal new games? Like, you could say last year, but that's an outlier. Like, that's not normal. That's why a lot of people were very confused. Were like, yo, why didn't Sony put on a show? But let me ask you, Sony didn't do a showcase last year. Did they start revealing games through blog posts? They didn't. They revealed some third-party exclusives at other shows, like the Game Awards, yes, but again, nothing from their first party. Nothing. The only first-party game announcement that I can recall happening outside of a PlayStation showcase in recent memory was The Last of Us Part 1 at Summer Game Fest, but that's it. And that's, to be fair, I feel like that game leaked out like so well in advance, I could be wrong. If I'm wrong though, just let all of this just sink in and make you aware of just how utterly shell-shocked I'm going to be if Sony doesn't do a showcase. I'm going to have to create a whole new meme for myself. It's going to be bad. But no. The Genius 200, you're saying the PS5 reveal showcase saw 25 reveals, with 8 roughly being first party, minus God of War and Final Fantasy 16 to date. The show being second phase has to be equally tremendous. It will happen. Yeah, that's the thing that I think is crazy too, is that Sony literally came out at their last earnings report and they're like, yeah, we're planning on breaking a record over the next year. Like, we're going to sell the most amount of consoles in this year that we ever have, ever. It's like, okay, so yeah, showcase is happening. Like 100%. MBG, you always hype too much. I don't always hype too much. You're wrong about that. People think that, but it's not true, because here's the thing. It's easier for people to remember the times that I was, overhyping something that didn't happen than it is for them to remember the times I hyped something up and it did happen, because that has happened plenty of times. there have been plenty of times where I'd say mainly throughout 2020 and certain portions of 2021 where I've hyped things and they've happened and they like came true, you know? It's just so weird these days though, because Sony really has gone, I think, the longest they've ever went without a proper show. So it's, people are losing. People, it's understandable, like people are losing faith that Sony's actually going to do something significant in terms of a show. Sony has said nothing. Well, what do you expect them to say? Do you expect Sony to come out and say, yes, Jeff Grubb's right, please be excited for our upcoming announcement? No. MBG, set the correct expectations. To me, the correct expectations are, be excited. Like, dude, I'm not going to encourage anybody to have low expectations, because if I encourage people to have low expectations, that means I'm telling you to be okay with potentially no new announcements, and that's not okay. Like, if you feel that that's okay, that's fine. You're allowed to feel that way. That's not how I feel as a fan. I feel the polar opposite. I feel like I've been waiting well over a year and a half, or certainly well over a year, close to a year and a half. I have to figure out if it's actually been a year and a half yet. And my expectation is, Sony, you better be fucking doing a showcase. And I better see some awesome games there, because that's why I bought the PS5. Sony's been very reliant on big third-party games and third-party exclusivity announcements for the past year. And that's fine. Those are great too. And I'm very excited for those. But I'm here for Sony's first party. And so saying you love it when I get snarky. I mean, I don't mean to get so snarky. It's just that that's not the type of fan. That's not the way I feel right now. I give Sony a lot of leeway. There are many times where I do give Sony a pass on certain things because I feel like they've earned it. But in this case, it's like, if Sony came out and said, guys, we were planning on holding a showcase in May, but we have to delay it by like a month because our teams need just a little bit more time, then I'd be like, okay, that's totally fine. But that's not how Sony operates, and that's why it gets frustrating, because Sony doesn't say jack shit at all. Like if Sony didn't do a showcase, they wouldn't say anything. It would just be like, well, they didn't do a showcase for some reason again, And that to me is just like, what? Like, what? So I appreciate the super chat, Genius, and I agree with you. Like, I do. That's another thing I want to add to this, is that when a showcase does happen from Sony, it is going to have to be substantial. It's going to have to be big. It can't be something low key. It just, because if it is, then there was no point. Why do a showcase if it's not going to be something big? Like, you can't go a year without doing a showcase and then finally let everybody know, okay, we're doing it now, and then have it be something low key. That is not going to pass. You could argue that the reason why Sony got a bit of a pass with their showcase towards the end of September of 2021 is because, dude, the year prior, they had some of their biggest and best showcases ever. So it's like, okay, well, maybe not every year can be the biggest and best showcase, right? They can't all be the biggest and best, but at this point, it's like, well, this one has to be substantial, or as the Genius puts it, tremendous. Cardinal Music, you're saying, MBG, today is my birthday, so my wish for a showcase must come true. I already blew out the candles. Well, I mean, dude, Cardinal Music, I don't know if I necessarily believe in that. Like, I don't know, maybe Cardinal Music will be solely responsible for a showcase if it happens in the coming weeks, because that was his birthday wish. But happy birthday to you, Cardinal Music. That's cool to hear, man. I hope so too. I really do. Like, I'm eager for the conversation to end as well. I really am. Like, I'm eager for Sony to just do what it is we know they're gonna do. We know they're gonna do it, and we've been waiting. We've been waiting for too long. Truthfully, we've been waiting for too long. We've heard too many rumors. There's been too much speculation. There's been too much hope and too many dreams crushed. And I'm very eager for, like, that's why I'm like really excited at the fact that, oh shit, Sony's going to come out first. Sony's coming out not even in June, but at the end of May. Like, that's very exciting to me because it's just like, they're going to end it. Like, they're finally it's going to come to an end, and we're finally going to be able to transition into another phase of like, okay, now it's like, you're saying you're building yourself up for a failure. But what if not? Do you ever think of that? What if not? What if I'm not building myself up for failure? What if instead I'm building myself up in the exact way that I should, and it's going to be great? Who knows? Maybe it'll even be perfect. I'll be honest, man. Like, to me, it genuinely does feel like the stars are aligning, bro. I can't help it. It feels that way. Like, we got rumors, multiple rumors from multiple credible outlets and insiders that a showcase is happening. We're getting rumors that Metal Gear and Konami are going to show up. We've already known that Naughty Dog is planning to reveal The Last of Us multiplayer. We know that if Sony does a showcase, they're going to show Spider-Man 2. We know that Sony has many studios that have not announced anything in literally years, and they there's a good chance. It's not a good chance. There's a guarantee. It's literally a guarantee that multiple PlayStation studios are ready to go. They're ready to go, man. So it's like the stars are aligning. You know, a lot of people said for months and months, myself included, that, hey, man, they're probably not putting on a show and they're probably holding back because of the ABK deal. And then the impossible happened and the CMA blocked it. And, you know, it just seems like it's not really that big of a deal anymore because it seems like it's probably not going to happen. At least that's been the conversation now. So it's like, okay, there's no more component shortage. The pandemic is over. The ABK deal is seemingly toast or close to being done. You see what I'm saying? Like, the stars are aligning, man. Like, the time is now. The time is now. And we got Nick Exley coming in with a 20 bomb. Nick Exley, a.k.a. Exley 3000. For those who don't know, they did change their name. Thank you so much, man. A 20 bomb. Love to see it, bro. Coming out of nowhere. Coming out of nowhere. Nick actually has been huge on the channel. Cue John Cena entrance music. Yeah, that may as well be what it is, bro. Thank you so much, Nick. You've been a huge contributor here on the channel, and yeah, dude, it's amazing. You know what you're gonna start seeing? You know what you're gonna start seeing, guys, in the coming, I'd say probably next 7 to 10 days. You're going to start noticing that your badges are going to turn blue, I think, or light blue, I think is the color, for 2 months, because these guys have been gifting memberships like so consistently that literally they're basically giving you like 2 months of membership, which is wild. That's crazy. So you're going to start seeing more blue PlayStation logos and badges, which is very, very cool. So huge shout out to you, Nick, actually bringing us up to, well, now we're at 25 because Hellbound 1981 wants to join in with another 5 bomb. Thank you so much, Hellbound. Let's get some W's in the chat. By the way, we have almost 830 people here. So I want to reiterate, we do have new emojis for members to use. Again, thanks to all the gifted subs, thanks to all the memberships. We've been unlocking more emoji slots. We have more than ever now. I did add Jin Sakai. I added Astrobot. I added the Xbox Series X because some people were requesting that. I added Silent Hill Nurse. So we got some new emojis. Huge shout out to you, Hellbound 1981, and huge shout out to you, Nick Exley. And we got Cardinal No Music. Did you just change your name? Did I read your name wrong earlier? Or is that must be... I'm confused. We have Cardinal Music and Cardinal No Music. I'm assuming you're the same person. But we got Cardinal No Music coming in, dropping a 10 bomb. Here we go. We clearly have a train going. Corey Lindega's coming in. Corey Lindega's dropping a 5 bomb of his own. Getting it going. Getting it going. Thank you guys so much. That is awesome. Pretty sure we're at 40. Yeah, we're at 40 already. We're at 40. I set my goal to 50 today because I know you guys are wild. And pretty much every stream, you just crush the goal instantaneously. And that's seemingly pretty much happening again. So, huge shout out to you guys. Let's get some Arnold laughs in there. Get some Arnold laughs in there. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. Love to see it, man. Love to see those trains just pop off out of nowhere. Let me just update this here. And we'll continue because we have some super chats as well. Appreciate all the support, guys. Appreciate all the love. How do you guys? So yeah, I did want to ask you, how do you guys like the new emojis? Or do you guys? Let me ask you this. Ignore that. Ignore what I just asked. What other emojis would you like to see? Give me some suggestions because as time goes on, we're probably going to continue to unlock more. Over time, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm like running out of ideas, like of what to use. Crying Phil, yeah, I gotta get that one in there. I'm not doing a Jeff Grubb emoji. And CD Gaming with the 5 bomb of his own, dude. Thank you so much, CD Gaming. Keeping the train going. Keeping the train going. A 30 FPS emoji, yeah, maybe we should do that. I think CD Gaming just brought us up to 45. Which is amazing. What other suggestions? Sackboy would be good. Don Matrick. Low resolution Joel, please. Oh my God. That would be funny. An Xbox fridge. Terminator. Another Arnie. Hassan Karen. Oh, dude, we got Chris B. Chris B coming in with a 5 bomb as well. Killing our goal today of 50 memberships like it's nothing. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you, guys. Thank you. The support. And Corey Lindega with another 10 bomb, bro. Corey Lindega. Always going crazy, bro. Always going crazy. That brings us up to 60. We got the member train going in full force now, guys. Also, let's just take a moment. Let's give a huge shout out to Devil Shooter. I don't know if Devil Shooter's here right now in the chat, but I'm sure many of you have been noticing because, again, I know viewers who watch later on, sometimes they don't want to watch the membership stuff and whatnot. And he's in the chat. Let's give him a big shout out. Let's get some W's in the chat for Devil Shooter because we did work something out, and he's going to be doing timestamps, and he's doing them pretty quickly too, which is awesome to see. So huge thank you for that, Devil Shooter. He's been doing timestamps for the streams and not just the podcast, but pretty much every stream. And I know that that's critical to a lot of people. I know that there are quite a few people who refuse to even watch the streams if they can't, navigate certain topics and whatnot. So, and that's a huge help to me. Like that, I already feel like my bandwidth is stretched pretty thin here. So thank you so much, Devil Shooter, and thank you guys so much for the gifts. Again, like the membership gifts. These gifts are going to begin to start rolling over very rapidly. It's basically like you guys are building up an avalanche, essentially, is what's going on right now. An avalanche of memberships that in the coming days they're going to start to trickle down. Man, it's going to be cool to see. So. Huge shout out. We just crushed our goal today, had a goal of 50 memberships, and here we are. Here we are at 60. So huge shout out to you guys. Make sure I don't want to miss these super chats. The Furious, you're saying announce games in the showcase, gameplay at Keely's show. That's definitely something Sony could do. We do know that Sony is confirmed officially to be part of Summer Game Fest. So, oh yeah, that's true, Corey. You're saying a cardboard box is still missing. That just caught my attention. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. That's an emoji I should add, a cardboard box. I feel like because I have the blue box, but yeah, I'll keep that one in mind, man. Sony is going to be at Summer Game Fest. So they could show some gameplay there. I think that would be really cool. What if we see our first Death Stranding gameplay there? That would be awesome. Death Stranding 2. Nick, you're saying your membership percentage in relation to subs is like 3 times the average. Well done. Well, thank you for that. You know, that's the community, man. That's the community doing some serious work. And I love to see it, man. MBG, when I click the link, it says allow gift option is not available on this channel. Unfortunately, some people are not aware. If you have a branded channel, it doesn't allow you to get membership gifts. That's just the way YouTube does it. So you might have to make like a second account or a second channel or something. Basically make a second account and then come back and try to do that. But yeah, that's something I have to sometimes reiterate because people don't know. Understandably, how are you supposed to know? But yeah, I'm very curious to see what Sony brings. See, that's the thing that's interesting to me is that if Sony is planning a showcase and they're planning on doing it by, like by the end, before the end of this month, basically, we know that Summer Game Fest is happening on June 8th. I mean, it's going to be crazy because it feels like if Sony's doing a showcase, they definitely don't have to be at Summer Game Fest like a week later or a week and a half later, but they're going to be. And it just feels like it's going to be potentially overkill. You see, and that's what's interesting. Like, that's what's fascinating me. This is where we might begin to see a complete shift in how PlayStation operates, man. Like, I hate to say this, but it is absolutely true. Sony has been holding back significantly. I know to some people that's like a cop-out, like, oh yeah, of course. No, they really have, though. Like, when I say holding back, I don't mean that they haven't been delivering great games already, but it's like a lot of what Sony has done so far is stuff that is to be expected, and it's great, right? Like God of War. Oh yeah, of course. The next God of War. Ragnarok. Masterpiece. Oh yes, of course, the next Horizon. Of course, a great launch lineup of games. Of course. Well, I mean, Miles Morales was a pretty big surprise, frankly. It was a pretty big surprise when we got the announcement. And we got Corey Lendega, the god of memberships, coming in with another freaking 10 bomb. Holy shit, Corey. Thank you, bro. You just brought us up to 70 members on the day. Let's get some more W's in the chat. We can't keep up with Corey, bro. We cannot keep up with Corey. He's an absolute monster out here. Absolute monster. No mercy. No mercy. What's that? You don't have a membership? You're getting a membership. And Nick Exley right up there with Corey Lendega. Nick, we gotta give Nick Exley a nickname. Do you want a nickname, Nick Exley? Should I just call you Nick? You tell me, because I feel like I've been saying your name so much. I don't know if you want. We got Corey Lendega. He's the god of memberships because he's got the God of War profile picture. Nick, you gotta tell me, man. You gotta tell me if you want a nickname, if you want the community to come up with a nickname, if you just want Nick, or if you just want Exley. But thank you so much, man. That is another 10 bomb. Another 10 bomb. We are at 80. Ooh, there we go. Corey says legendary Lendega. I like that. That's a good one. That's better than what I came up with. All right, guys. So Corey Lendega is legendary Lendega, and Nick Exley in the chat says come up with one. All right, guys. Do your best. Do your best to come up with a good nickname for Nick Exley. Nick Exley. I mean, Exley 3000 was pretty good. I wonder why was your name Exley 3000? Was that like an Iron Man thing, maybe? But I appreciate it, guys. That's insane. We're already at 80 members gifted on the day. Nick Excalibur. Exley 9000. Yeah, take it up a notch. That's awesome. Slick Nick. We'll come up with one yet. We'll come up with one. Triple X Lee. We'll figure one out. We'll get there. Space Gambler Jr. says, my brain is not working this morning. An MBG face emoji definitely needs to be added. Yeah, I got to get more of like, like rant or like, angry MBG. I don't know, happy, hype MBG. Old MBG emote. That's awesome. 80 memberships gifted so far, and we're not even an hour into the podcast. Love to see it, man. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys so much. Nick Eston. Oh, I should get a BB emoji. That would be a good one, actually. Yeah, definitely. You're saying, what if Sony opens up their showcase with Snake emerging from the water, looking at the camera and says, kept you waiting, didn't I? Dude, that would... The funniest thing about your super chat is the kept you waiting, didn't I? Because that's not actually what he says. That's not... He says, kept you waiting, huh? But that'd be funny. I don't know. I think people would be super hyped, but man, people would be very confused. Like, kept you waiting, didn't I? Didn't I? Wait, what? But absolutely, man, I would lose it too. Like, I think Sony and Konami at this point are well aware of the hype surrounding Metal Gear. Listen, guys, I'm so ready for this showcase. I have a Big Boss cosplay that I'm planning on bringing to the table. All right, that's how confident I am that not only are we getting a PlayStation showcase, we are getting that fucking Metal Gear announcement too. All right, so I'm ready. I'm that ready. I'm that confident. It's gonna be glorious. It's gonna be absolutely glorious. And goddamn, if it doesn't happen, then that means this man MBG went out of his way to make a Big Boss cosplay for a showcase that never happened, for a game reveal that doesn't exist. See, that's the thing is like at the very that's where I'm gonna pull through for you guys. All right, no matter what happens, I will have a Big Boss cosplay you can look forward to. I don't know how it's gonna look though. I was having trouble finding an actual good like mullet, because that's the thing is like Snake's mullet is not like an over exaggerated one. It's just pretty like it's pretty relaxed, It's just slick back hair and it like cuts off around here. A lot of the mullets, if you try to find like mullet wigs or whatever, they're kind of curly and crazy, and bro, you're gonna be memed to death if you dress up and there's no Metal Gear announcement. Yes, let it happen then. If that's how the cards fall, then that's how they fall, bro. If I show up dressed up as Big Boss from MGS3 and Metal Gear never shows up, then please meme me to death, because it has to happen. Oh man, I'm looking forward to it though. That's gonna hurt, bro. Yeah, dude, that would be painful. That would be, dude. Now I'm getting nervous. Now you guys got me nervous. Shit. What if they don't show up? No, they have to. They have to. I believe. I absolutely believe. Will you do a Why can't I? A pre-showcase show? Absolutely, dude. The day the showcase gets announced, I'm streaming. Like, look, I just be aware. I want you guys to be aware. When you see PlayStation announce the showcase, whenever that happens, if it's this week or the week after, make sure you look out for my stream, because it's probably going to be up within the hour. All right, and I'm going to be losing my shit. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. It's just going to be us screaming the whole time. It's happening. It's fucking happening. That's why I'm like counting the days down, man, because I'm like, if it's true, we are so close, man. Sony will announce it while you're streaming. That would work out nice as well. Yeah, dude, I should just title every one of my streams next week is Sony announcing the showcase today? Question mark. Is Sony what about today? Is it happening today, guys? Like every day I'll just do it that way. But yeah, I'm hyped, man. I mean, I did some reminiscing yesterday during the stream. For those of you who were here, Nick actually says in college they used to call me Big Sexy like Kevin Nash. LOL. I think Nick actually is trying to tell us something, guys. I think he wants his nickname to be Big Sexy. Damn, bro. Not what I thought it would end up being. But dude, for those who were in the stream yesterday, I was doing some reminiscing about my time playing Metal Gear, and specifically I've been thinking about Metal Gear Solid 3. I've been thinking about sexually. Yeah, it's a good one. I've been thinking about Metal Gear Solid 3 because that's the one that's supposed to be announced. The Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. And I was really reminiscing. Like even when I was done the stream yesterday, I was just really sitting back and thinking and like being like, God damn, dude, people don't understand the greatness. I think that's what was a little bit upsetting to me. Like I have almost 58,000 followers on Twitter, which I think that's quite a bit. Like I think that's a lot of followers. I mean, 58,000 people's a lot. And I put out this tweet, and I don't know what I expected from it, but I was kind of sad to see that like people just didn't get it, man. Like they're like, what is that? What is MBG talking about? Where I basically put out a tweet where I took screenshots and pictures of Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence and the Metal Gear Online mode for that. And I basically, sorry, I have my window open. I'm trying to get some fresh air, but like it always, I don't know. Neighbors sometimes, they get real loud. It's fine. I'm not sure. Like if you guys hear anything in the background and it gets like distracting, let me know, because my mic, it probably isn't picking it up. I can hear it, so just let me know if anything, if you hear any background noise and it becomes distracting. But I put out this tweet where I was basically saying like I added Konami. I was like, Konami, please consider bringing back Metal Gear Online with your MGS 3 remake. I said it was, some of the best gaming experiences I've ever had in my life. It was like just some of the best gaming ever. And I was like, has anybody else played Metal Gear Online? And I was shocked, dude, that like that tweet got like no interaction whatsoever. Like you could tell, like people were coming across it and they just didn't know what the hell I was talking about. Like they just had no idea. I'm looking at it now, and wait, what the hell happened to it? Whoa, wait, hold on a second. Where's my tweet? Wait, what? Where did it go? I didn't delete it. Uh-oh. Hold on now. I'm very confused. I did not delete this tweet, but it's not showing up. That's really bizarre. Maybe it's because is it because I added Konami? Is that why? Damn. Okay, never mind, guys. I think, yeah, I think people didn't come across this tweet because I added Konami and it like didn't show up normally in the timeline. So I'll put out another one, not adding Konami. But yeah, I was just really, it kind of depressed me because I was like, dude, this is like the worst tweet I've ever put out. And it was just like, you're telling me nobody knows about it. And oh my God, legendary Lendega with a 20 bomb, bro. With another 20 bomb. Corey, holy shit. Corey. He keeps going, man. He doesn't stop. W's in the chat for legendary Lendega with another 20 bomb. Dude, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. That is, we hit the 100 mark. You guys know what that means. You guys know what it means when we hit the 100 mark, right? We got to get the NUKE in here. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Huge shout out to you, Corey Lendega, continually putting in work, man. Love to see it. Love to see it. Literally doubled the goal today. You guys are amazing. I'm gonna try to. It's always insane to see these membership drops, man. I'm trying my best not to focus on them too much because I know people get bothered by it, but you guys know, man. You guys know how important you are to this community and how important you are to the content. When does MBG take his shirt off? Honestly, we'll see, man. Well, I say that like it's dead serious. Like, we'll see when I'm going to take my shirt off. Because I'm looking to cut down a little bit. When I feel like I got the cuts, you know? Really can present that muscular look. Because I got to live up to the name of the channel, bro. Muscle Bound Gamer. I can't look like, you know, just... I can't just look, you know, flat. I gotta look kind of a little bit ripped, you know? MBG is a happily married man. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not in it for anything like that. I'm not like fat or anything. I have some body fat for sure, but I'm not like, you know, I probably like some people would probably say like I'm the perfect weight and, you know, I look just totally fine. I think I look slightly above average in terms of muscle, but not like, you know, not in terms of looking like shredded or anything. Yeah, ripped like Kratos. I don't think I could get there naturally. Dude, Kratos to achieve the Kratos physique, man. I don't know that anybody could actually achieve that naturally. Like maybe like 1% of people could. But most people to achieve the actual like Kratos physique would need drugs straight up. Like they would have to be enhanced because that's he did. Yeah, like we'll just ignore the fact he's a god and not real. But some people naturally can get pretty damn close to Kratos's look though. Like naturally, if you're like completely on point with everything you do, your lifting, your regimen, your diet. You could get pretty close, but it's very, very hard to get to that point naturally, let alone maintain it. That's like, you know, I want to achieve that big boss physique to be ready for Operation Snake Eater. MBG eats too much sugar. I do eat too much sugar, man. I've been working on cutting it out. I'm not trying to do like a keto diet or anything. I'm not trying to do like a extreme diet where it's like no carbs or like carnivore only, nothing like that. Because I'll be honest, like I don't know how people do that stuff. I've tried to do keto before and I felt like I was gonna die straight up. Like I couldn't do it. I just, you know, I decided to, I guess, just try to be much more balanced and much more conscientious. Like I'm not trying to be super extreme where it's like, you know, I'm never eating any sugar or never allowing myself anything that tastes good. No, it's just, you know, trying to be balanced, I guess. Yeah, we could talk a lot more about diet and food and stuff. Like I see somebody in the chat saying, you know, people don't realize that ketosis is a state your body goes into when you're dying. I mean, that's an extreme way to put it. It's not necessarily that you're dying. It's that your body, like the reason why your body goes into ketosis is and uses ketones for fuel is because your body naturally prefers to just use glucose. But when glucose isn't readily available, you know, they have to convert ketones, which basically it's like fat essentially, you know? It's a complicated thing, really. It is pretty complicated, but the reason why people do it though, because you might ask yourself like, why would anybody want to do that? It's because it, like when your body has to use ketones as its primary fuel source, it just puts you in a different state. It does. And a lot of people say like they have mental clarity, they're a lot sharper, they just feel more energetic. And it kind of makes sense because if you go back to like the hunter-gatherer days, people would go extended periods of time without having like just readily available sources of carbohydrates, and their bodies would have to rely on fats basically and protein. And a lot of these people would only eat meat for extended periods of time. So the body had to find a way to adapt and utilize to keep energy production up. It's interesting. It's really interesting stuff. But yeah, basically, as Capono says, just got to try to cut the sugar down. Sugar is not good for you, man. Don't be fooled. I know we're going a little bit off topic here, but I'm very passionate about nutrition as well. Sugar is very bad for you. Like, is sugar like gonna kill you if you have something? No, nothing like that. But sugar is not something you should be trying to consume frequently, because it's just it does damage to the body, especially if you eat sugar consistently over time. Saying eat too much sugar, get diabetes. Yeah, sugar leads to some serious problems, dude. The body doesn't know what to do with excess sugar. Like the body simply doesn't know what to do with it because it's just not natural. Like it's not, our bodies have not adapted. That's why I was saying, like, you think back to like the hunter-gatherer days, you look back at human history, like the human body is not adapted enough to be able to handle the massive amounts of sugar that are so readily and easily available. Like, especially, you think about like the American diet. I live in America, dude. You have to go out of your way to avoid sugar in America. Like, you have to actively go out of your way to avoid it. It's so readily available, dude. And it's just not good. Anyway, getting really off track here. I'm currently eating Albanese gummies. Oh my God, dude, they're my favorite too. God damn. I love Albanese gummies. See, I'm so bad. I'm addicted to sugar, straight up. All right, let me keep this going. Corey, thank you so much, man, helping us get to the 100 member mark. Richard O, you're saying, when are you getting moderators to get rid of all the Xbox trolls? Will we have a showcase soon? Well, to answer the second part of your question, absolutely. As I said, I think we're definitely going to have a showcase very soon. Corey's like, this ain't no fitness channel. Dude, it's slowly going to turn into one. But I think we're definitely getting a showcase very soon. You mentioned getting more moderators to take care of the Xbox trolls. I think my moderators do a pretty good job. Like, I understand that there are going to be some people in the chat that troll, especially people, sometimes that just are clearly not, the biggest fans of PlayStation. And that's fine. Like, I don't mind that, it depends on how far they're going. If they're just messing around a little bit, that's fine. Like, I'm not going to be so extreme where it's like, we can't have, I'm not exactly sure what like trolls you're referring to. My biggest thing, and my moderators know this, is like spamming. We have zero tolerance for spamming. People try to come in sometimes and do that randomly. It's just like, no one likes that. Like, if you want to get creative with your trolling and have a couple laughs, just in the name of just having some fun, that's okay. But if my mods, I think they do a pretty good job. They know where the line is. Devil Shooter says the chat is chill 95% of the time. Yeah, I agree. So I appreciate that, Richard. George A, you're saying you like Legend of Dragoon, and does it need a remake? Legend of Dragoon, I've actually never played, but I've heard so many incredible things about this game. The amount of people that I've seen say that they absolutely want a Legend of Dragoon remake, and they pray that it eventually gets the remake treatment. I would definitely play a remake. I don't know that I would go and play the original because it's so old. I don't know, man. I struggle going back to these older games. But I've heard it's one of the best games ever made, and it's interesting because I remember like I heard pretty much the same thing about like Final Fantasy VII, where people would say like, dude, Final Fantasy VII is like the greatest game ever made. You're saying it's not a one MBG, it's a need. And then the reality was I knew like I'm never gonna go back and play the original Final Fantasy VII. Like I could sit here and say maybe I will, but I know deep down like I'm not going to. I'm not gonna do it. But when they remade Final Fantasy VII, it was like, well, I have no excuse now. So if they were to do the same thing for Legend of Dragoon, that's one of those games where it's like I've heard such amazing things about it that I would absolutely jump on the opportunity to play a remake. So, I mean, I've seen so many people say they want that game remade. I have to wonder like why it hasn't been remade yet. I'm sure at some point it'll happen. So. Leo Jimmy, thank you so much for the 20, man. You're saying MBG money. Sony usually listens to me. They are having a showcase. It's time to go for the juggler. I'm keeping expectations mild. Metal Gear Solid anything is a 10 out of 10. First party stuff needs to be shown. No more holding back. Leo, again, man, like I appreciate your super chats because I noticed that we seem to have a very similar feel for things, I guess is the best way to put it. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, it's an intense way to put it. Time for Sony to go for the juggler. It's a brutal analogy for sure, but yeah, I mean, it really is time for Sony to just stop. I want to say stop doing anything. It's time for them to just come out and just fucking wreck shit. Like again, I the way that I've been talking about Sony is like, we've all had an expectation of what they're going to do because we know they can do it because they have done it many times and they've continually done it and they're bigger and better than they ever have been. So it's like, well, we're waiting, like go ahead, Sony, do what you do best. And I absolutely agree that like for me personally, Sony could say we're holding a showcase that's going to be 5 minutes long, and the only game they show is something Metal Gear related for PlayStation. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 showcase for me. I mean, that's where I am in terms of how excited I am for Metal Gear. So I agree with you. Metal Gear anything, 10 out of 10 for me. But you're saying first party stuff needs to be shown, no more holding back. Absolutely. Absolutely, bro. Like I couldn't agree with you more if I tried because that is where we are. Like no more holding back. We need to just show them the whole thing. As Arnold would say, show them the whole thing. Absolutely, absolutely, Leo. Thank you so much for that super chat, man. I appreciate it. Let me see. We got who do we have next here? Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to make sure I don't miss any of these super chats. We have Tyson Webb 509, a member for 36 months. Thank you, man. That's a long time membership. Saying, love the channel. Happy Sunday, everyone. Well, huge shout out to you, Tyson Webb. Thank you for being a member for so long. Really do appreciate that. And I'm glad you love the channel still, man. And absolutely, happy Sunday. It's a good Sunday. It's a really nice day out, too. At least where I'm at. It's really nice out. Great day. Unintended Studios, you're saying with all these members, you getting PSVR 2 now? Yeah, I'm making my way to it slowly. Don't worry, we're getting there. We're getting there because at this point, like I said, the number one thing that I'm waiting for, like my focus, as you can tell, is just 100% on the PlayStation Showcase. I'm fully expecting, like, dude, there have been rumors in the past that we're gonna get something Metal Gear related potentially for VR. If that happens, dude, I like it's done. I have PSVR 2 at that point. That could be the only thing I ever play on it. That's it. I'm waiting. I'm still holding back to see what role PSVR 2 plays in a showcase when Sony has one because VR missions and actual VR. Oh my God, that's fucking mind blowing, bro. I didn't even think of that. That's mind blowing. I want to see what else Sony has up their sleeve in regards to VR too. But yes, I'm very much getting ready. Sooner rather than later. Rodney Perez, a member for 33 months, dude. Thank you so much. Another longtime supporter. Longtime supporter saying, happy Sunday, everyone. Greatness awaits. Absolutely. Longtime members getting enthusiastic out here. See, that's how you can tell. Something's in the air, bro. Something's in the air. So shout out to you, Rodney Perez. Josh, you're saying DualSense Edge revealed last year at Summer Game Fest. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, actually. That is where it was revealed. Yeah, Sony did. I mean, that's the thing. Sony did have reveals last year. They just weren't. They were pretty scattered. You know, they were scattered. They weren't all up front. And a lot of it wasn't hugely first party. The biggest first party presence that Sony had last year really was with Naughty Dog revealing The Last of Us Part 1. And, you know, the multiplayer concept art. Let me keep this going. We got the Claymores. You're saying started Ghost of Tsushima this week and love it. Knew it would be great, but took a while to get to it because I was busy with other great games in Sony's catalog. Love to hear it, the Claymores. I absolutely love to hear it. Guys, let's get some Jin Sakai emojis in the chat. It's interesting you mentioned that today, man, because, yeah, I did just put a Jin Sakai emoji. I put out this tweet mentioning Twitter and, you know, bring it up for a second because I think it's relevant to what you're saying here. I said this morning a few PlayStation games I hope to see in the coming weeks. I put Spider-Man 2. I put The Last of Us multiplayer. I put Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. And then at the end, I put Ghost of Tsushima, like implying I want to see what's next for Ghost of Tsushima. And, you know, I got to be honest. Out of all those games I listed, I could see Ghost of Tsushima being the one that maybe doesn't show up. Like, it might need a little bit more time. But, dude, I said this a couple streams ago. I think Ghost of Tsushima might be my favorite first-party PlayStation game. Truly. Like, it's just so incredible to me, dude. I really, truly loved Ghost of Tsushima. To me, Ghost of Tsushima was a 9.5 out of 10, man. The reason why I can't give it a 10 out of 10 is because I could tell that there's just a couple things that Sucker Punch can refine a little bit further. And if they can do that, like, it's an easy 10 out of 10 for me. But don't worry, guys. I'm going to get to your super chat. You're saying I missed your super chat? Did I? Hold on, let me check. No, guys, I'm a little bit behind on the super chats. The ones that I'm reading right now, it's because I'm a little bit behind. Hold on, actually. I see somebody's name in the chat saying that I missed their super chat. I don't think so, man. Like, you're scrolling through all the super chats now. Let me keep reading through them. All right? Because I'm a little bit backed up on them. But the Claymores, I just want to say, man, that... Oh, okay. All right. That's where the confusion lies. You're saying not your super chat, somebody else's. Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to get to him. Ghost of Tsushima. Goddamn, dude. Oh, man. That's going to be overload for me, bro. Straight up. Like, if Sony comes out with a full-blown showcase and they're like, yo, Spider-Man 2, Last of Us multiplayer, Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, and then if they top it off with like, oh, and here's more Ghost of Tsushima, here's what's coming next for Ghost of Tsushima, I'm gonna fucking lose it, dude. That would be too much. That'd be too much. And Corey, legendary Lendega with another 10 bomb, bro. Another 10 bomb, keeping that train going. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. Bringing us up to 110 memberships on the day. That is crazy. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Corey's in like the membership gifting Hall of Fame. Straight up, bro. W's in the chat for Corey. Thank you, bro. I don't mean to keep saying bro. I feel like I say bro too much. I gotta stop saying bro too much. I feel like that's kind of cringe. And Nick Exley with a 10 bomb as well. I'll be honest, Nick. I don't know if I can give you the nickname Big Sexy. I just feel like I feel uncomfortable with that nickname. You know, I feel like it's a bit off-putting. There has to be something. There has to be another nickname we can come up with. But Nick Exley with another 10 bomb as well. Thank you. Arnold noises. I always love to see the Arnold noise requests. He says that's fine. I wasn't suggesting that. Okay. All right. Nick Exley. Mr. Exley. How's that, Mr. Exley? I mean, it's not really a nickname. And then Hellbound 1981 with another 5. Dude, Hellbound always showing up, man. Hellbound is always showing up, rounding things off. Love to see it, dude. Love to see it. Thank you, Hellbound. Hellbound, I would say we should give you a nickname, but I feel like that kind of is already a nickname, right? Hellbound? Dude, Hellbound is funny because his name is Hellbound. Like, that's kind of intense. And then the profile picture is like, I guess his cat, which is funny because his cat's cute. And it's like this badass cat that's Hellbound. But I appreciate it, guys. That is yeah, that just brought us up to 125 memberships on the day. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. Huge shout out to this community. The generosity just never ceases to amaze me. I'll give you guys one more little article. So the Claymores, thank you for your super chat, man. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying Ghost of Tsushima. I can't wait to hear what's next from Sucker Punch. Let me see. We got 2 super chats back to back from the Caped Crusader. He says, MBG, with your latest amount of daily streams, I feel like I can't keep up anymore because I have work and other shit, LOL. Either way, keep grinding. 100. I guarantee all y'all that there will probably be no showcase. Xbox already announced their date. Sony hasn't. That's why I keep expectations low. Hey, well, first off, I apologize that you're not able to keep up with all the streams. I know it's too much. Like, to be honest, I don't expect anybody to be able to fully keep up with all of my streams. It's a lot of content, dude. Like, it's a lot. It's hours and hours and hours of content every week. So, just the fact that you can show up when you do means a lot, man, and I appreciate that you respect the grind. You're saying that you guarantee that there's not going to be a showcase. Xbox already announced theirs. It's cool, bro. Like, look, I don't want to dissuade you, right? Like, if you feel that that's what's going to happen, then that's how you feel. And I don't blame you. But, you say you want to keep your expectations low. There's nothing wrong with that either. If you want to have low expectations, if anything, having low expectations is going to lead to even better results for you. Because if you are wrong and it's like, oh, they are going to have a showcase. Oh, and it's clear it's going to be like one of their biggest showcases. Then yeah, you're going to reap some of the best benefits of that, right? Because you expected nothing. That's not to say that those of us who do have high expectations, I mean, yeah, that's the nature of how it works, right? Like, if we have higher expectations, the higher the chance that, said showcase might not live up to it. But we have our reasons. But I appreciate it, Cape Crusader, and we'll see, man. I'm curious, Cape Crusader, if we do get the announcement of the PlayStation Showcase in the next week or week and a half, Let me know your thoughts. Like, let me know if your expectations completely shifted at that point. Saying Kratos said it best.
Do not be sorry.
Well,
be
shit.
Better.
Wait, no, that's not the right quote. Kratos did say it pretty good when he said, "Don't be sorry, be better." But that's another one I should add. I don't know. Maybe I should add that Kratos quote. Keep your expectations low and you'll never be disappointed. Yeah, but I don't know, man. I don't know if I agree with Kratos' philosophy there. Totally. You know, I've tried to adopt that philosophy, but it doesn't work well for me. It doesn't work well for me because it makes me feel like, I don't know, man. It makes me feel kind of depressed. Hold on, wait. I think I'm okay, yeah. I'm almost caught up with the super chats. Oh man, MBG disagrees with Kratos. Well, I don't think because I feel like if you look at when Kratos said that, I mean it's understandable why an individual like Kratos would have to come to the conclusion that I should probably keep my expectations low because I don't want to be disappointed, because he's probably been disappointed a lot throughout his life. You know, I mean, Kratos has not had an easy life, so I feel like his philosophy is warranted. But I feel like if you look at the ending of God of War Ragnarok, which no spoilers or anything, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but I will say that I don't know that I do wonder if he would still feel that way after, you know, when we get to the end of God of War Ragnarok. I'm not saying he does or he doesn't, and I'm not spoiling anything that happens. I'm just genuinely curious if, like, does that philosophy still apply 100% to you, or have you changed it a little bit? You know, has the events that have occurred changed your philosophy somewhat? Maybe not. Maybe not. But then again, you also have to think why Kratos said that. He said that to Atreus, right? And I feel like if you look at young Atreus, you know, clearly young kid, has his head in the clouds a bit. So probably he needs that balancing out, you know? We see Drive By Joe saying Weapon Exley. That's a pretty good one. Exley, are you a Wolverine fan? Do you like Wolverine? Because that's a pretty good one, Weapon Exley. Then we have Zed Ali saying, "What if it's delayed to September?" Unacceptable. Unacceptable. It can't be. Because if Spider-Man's coming out in September, it would be, I think, unwise of Sony to have a showcase in September. Because it's like, I feel like it's just, it could get in the way to a degree, you know? I'm seeing that people are beginning to expect GTA 6 to be announced soon. And I've seen a lot of people, so like, check this out really quick, just a little side quest here. If I go on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, there is 15 hours ago a post. Brian Zampella, the GTA 6 actor who plays one of the main characters, Jason, is in Miami and hadn't posted in months until today. So does that mean we're getting GTA 6 news soon? So basically what this is saying, one of the actors who plays a main character in GTA 6 named Jason, the person who plays him is now in Miami, and he hasn't posted anything in months on Instagram. And he posted that, well, this person says he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt, the recent Take-Two Interactive supposed deal, and the fact that PlayStation showcases are on the corner. But like almost everybody is replying saying that they do not expect GTA 6 to be at the showcase because they just feel like there's like Rockstar wouldn't reveal GTA 6 at a showcase. You know, like it's just too big. It's too big. So I'm just curious. You know, I'm going to put a poll out. Guys, don't answer. I'm going to put a poll. I'm just curious. All right. I put a poll out. You vote on that. Will GTA 6 be revealed at PlayStation Showcase? Yes, no, 50% chance. We'll come back to that later. But yeah, to answer your question, what if it's delayed to September? Nah, dude, that would be unacceptable. There's no way. There's no way, dude. Like that just wouldn't be. I don't think that would be acceptable. Sony can't go the whole. I mean, I know September's still technically summer, but people don't view September in gaming as part of the summer season. You know, people are expecting June, man, July. Josh, you got 3 super chats in a row here. You're saying never good to see stuff like Deviation and KOTOR, but that's why we rarely ever get games like Redfall and PlayStation. They have great quality assurance. Quality. I predict Ben's next game is going to actually be a Men in Black game in the Cold War era, completely separate from the movies, and will look fantastic. I can't wait to see your PlayStation Studios breakdown prepping for the showcase. What's the format going to be, and how in-depth are you going? Likely/unlikely. Well, so you have a multifaceted thing here. First, I want to say that I think you are correct in that it does suck to hear about things like it does suck to hear about things like Deviation games. I did see actually on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit too. Let me bring this up. This is actually pretty relevant to your super chat. There's apparently a leak. Deviation Games, their PlayStation title, had a budget that was in excess of $50 million. Yeah, that's pretty damning. That apparently is true, and I did talk about this yesterday with Deviation Games, and I basically said like, there's a chance that they just like kind of blew their money, and if they're in excess of 50 million, yeah, that's bad. Corey Lindega with another membership, legendary Lindega, keeping it going, bring us up to 126. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Corey. Keeping the train going. But yeah, dude, I mean, Deviation Games, they have a budget of, I don't know, let's just say the budget was like $100 million, which I think that's way too much, but let's just say it was. And then they're like, yeah, we actually spent $150 million. Sony's not going to be happy about that, you know? So especially if the game isn't like if the game was like top tier quality, like it's more expensive than we want it, but it seems like it's worth it. That's a different situation. And Herpy Derps gifting a membership as well. Thank you so much, Herpy Derps. Keeping it going, keeping the train going. Bring us up to 127 on the day. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. Thank you. But yeah, I when it comes to Deviation, it's hard to say. You know, it's hard to say if we're actually losing anything. It sucks to see no matter what. And you also mentioned KOTOR Remake. Yeah, the last we heard, KOTOR Remake was not doing well. It was like a complete mess. But that is Star Wars. You know, that's a Star Wars game. That IP, obviously, I don't think they're going to cancel that. They could ultimately. I don't know that would be up to Sony though. That would potentially be up to Disney as well. And it seems like they basically agreed to try to salvage it, which just means it might be a long time till we hear. Like, KOTOR Remake is clearly a game that's going to be in development hell, but we've seen games that have went through development hell that have come out the other side actually good. So, yeah. But you mentioned you think Sony Ben's next game is actually going to be a Men in Black game set in the Cold War era, completely separate from the movies. It's interesting. There have been like multiple rumors for some reason that that Sony Ben is working on a Men in Black game. Here's the thing, Josh. Unfortunately, you are wrong. Okay. Sorry to shoot you down like this, but the reason why you're wrong is because Sony Ben confirmed themselves that they're working on a brand new IP. They did make this announcement, I believe I believe it was in 2021, but it could have been early last year. They explicitly said it is a new AAA IP. So it's a new intellectual property. So I do remember getting multiple and I don't fault you for mentioning Men in Black, because there were like multiple rumors that they, for some reason, were working on a Men in Black game, which is just so random and unexpected. But there you go, man. It is going to be a new IP. And then your final part here is you're saying you're looking forward to my breakdown of PlayStation Studios prepping the showcase. What format is it going to be? How in depth am I going to be? It's a good question. I mean, I think the easiest way to do it, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to set anything up necessarily. I could try, but at least it might be mostly verbal. I'll try to do some visual stuff if possible. But what I want to do is I want to go through every single PlayStation studio and hopefully partner studio and basically either do like green, yellow, red. Green means I would like fully expect it to show up. I fully anticipate that the studio is ready to show off a new game or whatever they're working on, and I think it's highly likely they'll show up. Yellow will be, obviously in the middle where it's a possibility that they could show up. It's possible that they could be ready to show off their game. Just for example, off the top of my head, just Sucker Punch to me would fall under yellow, possibly, maybe, where they could definitely reveal Ghost of Tsushima and its sequel at this showcase, but they could just as likely not because they just simply need more time. And then we'll have red, basically signifying like, I don't think there's any chance we hear from said studio at the showcase. So it'll probably be that type of format. I don't know I don't know visually speaking if I'm going to have much going on. I'll see what I can do potentially. But yeah, I'm glad you're looking forward to it, man. It's going to be probably that'll be a fun stream simply because when we do a stream like that, it means we do have official confirmation that the showcase is happening, and we'll be able to just go crazy with it. You're saying do another poll. Do another poll on the showcase believers. Let's see how hopeful this chat is. Well, all right. I'll leave the GTA one up for a little bit, and maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll save that showcase poll for tomorrow if we do a stream. We probably will do a stream. I mean, assuming there's news tomorrow. You know what? I don't know. Should I end the poll and do that one? I feel like maybe that poll would make more sense right now. Yeah, I'm just gonna end it. So 50% of you are saying no, 29% are saying 50% chance, 21% say yes. All right. Let me start a new one.
Quite frankly, you need to go back to the drawing board because your game absolutely sucks!
I'm going to keep it just a simple yes or no. There we go. All right, vote on that one, guys. and we'll come back to it. Let me see. Let me take a sip of my coffee. So, Josh, thank you so much for the super chat, man. For the multiple super chats. Fyrax, you're saying followed calories in, calories out with high protein, or you're saying I should follow calories in and calories out with high protein. That's pretty much what I've been doing. I've been trying to add much more protein, but also healthy fats into my diet. So because I'm a natural lifter, I can only go so high with protein. People who are enhanced can eat a lot more protein because their body's actually going to use it. People who are natural, there's basically an upper limit, like a threshold, where they say, like, honestly, if you're a natural lifter, eating 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight is simply too much. Like, there's only very specific instances where your body's actually going to need that much. Like, if you're actually like a bodybuilder, like a natural bodybuilder in competition, you're like, maybe you would benefit going to like 100 or like 1.25 grams per pound of, per pound. But yeah, people go overboard with protein. Saying 150 is perfect. Yeah, 150 sounds about right. Like like you'd probably even be good between 100 and 125 if you're natural. Like assume like if you're, like 180 pounds, 160 pounds around there. It definitely depends on your body weight. Like if you're 200 pounds, you're gonna need obviously more. But I don't think like a 200 pound person who's lifting naturally and trying to naturally gain muscle, they don't need 200 grams of protein. They just don't. Like the body's not going to use it. That's the thing. The body cannot use that 200 grams. Like if you're assuming you're eating 200 grams daily, if you're eating 200 grams of protein daily and you're 200 pounds, there's no way your body's using all that naturally. If you're enhanced, I mean, you probably eat more than 200 grams and, most likely get used. But yeah, I've been trying to the way I up my protein intake is I try to eat, meat, obviously, healthier meats when I can. I'm a big fan of red meat. I know that's for some people, like red meat's real bad. I love red meat. I can't help it. But I like chicken too. But I take protein. I take whey protein, like 24 grams of whey protein, usually once a day. Try to do it shortly after my workouts. Yeah, I love steak, man. I love steak. Steak is, I think, my favorite food. Truthfully, like I just love steak. It's the best. Yeah, me and Devil Shooter, we're on the same page. Love a big steak. A rare steak is it? Yeah, I like medium rare. I like a medium rare steak. New York strip. Oh yeah, New York strip's good. I like sirloin. I like all steak, man. Honestly, like I don't care. I'll eat whatever. So you write poetry and get high, lol. And here you thought I was a vegan? No, definitely not. Oh, you have ribs on the smoker right now, Whiskey Gaming. Damn, that sounds good as hell, bro. That sounds good as hell. Yeah, I don't know. I've considered like just going full carnivore diet because I'm like, bro, a diet of just eating steak and like just meat and not needing anything else sounds amazing, but I think it's too extreme. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do that. The Joe Rogan diet. Yeah, are you saying I would start to hate steak? Yeah, that's a possibility too. I could see that happening. From showcase to steaks. Dude, that's why I'm so excited for PlayStation Showcase. This steak conversation is relevant because that's what Sony serves up. High quality steak. Guys, question real quick. This is a good question for you. What's the best steakhouse to go to? Like, what is it like Outback? Do people consider Applebee's? What? Because I know what mine is. Like, to me, I know it to me the best steakhouse. I'm not talking like super high end, like a 5-star, like super fancy place. I'm talking, within most people's range. Outback, hell no. I'm just curious what people think. McDonald's, somebody says McDonald's is pretty dope. Tiger says Texas Roadhouse. Ruth's Chris. I see a third Texas Roadhouse. Interesting. A fourth Texas Roadhouse. You love Logan's? Fun fact about Outback Steakhouse. Did you know none of the owners of Outback Steakhouse have ever been to Australia? Isn't that some funny shit? Ruth Chris Steakhouse. I've never heard of that. So he says Cheesecake Factory. So I see another Texas Roadhouse. I got to say, I know this is a really random deviation from the topics, but Texas Roadhouse is my favorite too. I've never had a bad steak from Texas Roadhouse. And actually, every steak I've ever had from Texas Roadhouse has been amazing. Like, just stand out, like a cut, pun intended, I guess, a cut above the rest. Like, they never disappoint, man. They're by far my favorite steakhouse. Every other place I've went to and I've gotten a steak, it's been okay. Like, I've actually gotten a good steak at random places where you wouldn't expect to get a good steak. Like, I remember being pretty impressed with Red Lobster's steak. I was like, why? The steak's actually really good. It's like better than it should be. Sam BG, not relevant to you, but there's a local place near me called Deer Lodge that serve massive steaks. That sounds good. Yeah, and that's what I'm hoping for, man. I'm hoping for like a Texas Roadhouse-esque 16-ounce sirloin from Sony. Basically, that's what I expect from them. Longhorn? I've been to Longhorn as well. They're pretty decent, yeah. Longhorn's pretty good too. If you have an Argentinian steakhouse nearby, go to them. They know how to make steaks. Ooh, I might look into that. Excuse me. I might look into that. Dude, I'm getting hungry, bro. I'm getting hungry. I'm about to I'm about to order a steak or something and just eat a steak on stream. MBG is the guy who goes out to eat and spends $300. No way, bro. No way. Dude, I would feel so bad spending. I mean, I don't know. If it was like an event or something, spending $300, that's a lot. To me, that's a lot for an outing. $300. That would have to be a pretty big outing. 12-ounce ribeye for you. All right, no more steak talk. I don't know how FireX's his conversation about protein segued into a conversation about steak. Oh, by the way, I want to let all my members know, for my next member-only stream, I'm giving you a heads up. Something I want to do, I came across this really interesting video that somebody made. They basically made like a it's not like a documentary. What do you call it? Like a they're like, it's a really popular type of video. I forget what I guess I'll just call it like a documentary-esque video on Metal Gear Online, and it's actually like really good. And so yeah, it's like a video essay basically. And I was like, yo, this would be great content to react to with my members for like a members only stream. It'd be really really interesting, I think. So we might do that maybe for the next one. Yeah, retrospective. That's what I was looking for. Because I think that'd be really cool. I would want to show that to you guys. Because you don't know the greatness. All right, let me see. Caped Crusader, you're saying thoughts on the new Zelda getting review bombed. Honestly, my thoughts on that are it's par for the course at this point. What game has come out that hasn't gotten review bombed lately? What game? ZoneX says, MBG, you got to get MGO2 PC up and running. We got to play Sneaking Mission. Dude, I had a dream about it. I'm not going to lie. I legit had a dream that I was back playing Metal Gear Online 2. Isn't that crazy? But you know what it was like in my dream? In my dream, it was like completely remade. It was like much better graphics, like 4K, 60 FPS. Yeah, it was amazing. But then I woke up. So yeah, Caped Crusader, Zelda getting review bombed. That's stupid. Like I don't know why people do this shit. Like review bombing doesn't do anything at this point. Like I don't know if people know that. You know? Like at this point, people who are review bombing, why do they think it's doing anything? It's not doing anything. Like, even if you have a good reason to review bomb, which I don't think anybody has a good reason for Zelda, as far as I'm aware, you know, it just doesn't do anything at this point, because it just happens too often. I mean, it's Zelda, you know, like, to be honest, I wasn't even aware that Zelda was being review bombed. I don't know why. Like, isn't everybody pretty much enjoying it? Daniel Pedroza, you're saying, what are the chances of the PlayStation Showcase rumors being wrong? What if PlayStation doesn't do one? What if they just stick to state of plays? Well, here's the thing. Because I don't want to write your super chat off and make it sound like, oh no, like they can't be wrong and it's 100% going to be. Look, it is true that Sony could decide to not do a showcase anymore, but instead just stick to stated plays. My thing about this is, if Sony were to make that decision, then what that would mean is that they would have to start announcing first-party games during their stated plays. I mean, think about why people get so nervous about stated plays, or not nervous, but they don't know if they should be excited. And a lot of people, when they hear that Sony's doing a stated play, they're like, I don't know that I'm going to be excited for it. It's because Sony doesn't really ever show up with first party stuff. Certainly no new first party announcements at a stated play. So, if they're not going to show or announce new first party games at a stated play, then they have to show up somewhere. Then they have to show up at a showcase. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, that's what I'm saying. You're saying, what are the chances of the PlayStation Showcase rumors being wrong? Very low. Whether anybody knows or not, the chances of these particular showcase rumors being wrong are very low. I'm not saying there's no chance they won't be wrong, but there's a very low chance. And what it would mean is, if Sony doesn't do a showcase, it would just legitimately mean at that point that, okay, they're going to start revealing first-party games during their stated plays. And right now, there's no sign that Sony's going to do that. So, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. As I've said, there's always a chance that these rumors could be wrong, that, we may end up disappointed, but I think those chances are very, very low right now, personally. Yeah, because even if you think about last year, right? Like last year, Sony didn't do a showcase. They had a big state of play in June, and that state of play had some exciting announcements, like Resident Evil 4 Remake, more Final Fantasy 16, but nothing first party. So, Sulo Sounds, you're saying, sorry, still have a little bit of a cough. You're saying, if you had to cast a mainstream Hollywood actor to a video game, who would you cast? Can't choose Keanu. That's a good question. I mean, you're being very open with this super chat, where you're saying cast them to a video game. So you're implying that it could be any game, right? Any game and any actor. This is a good one. So, I mean, we talk about Metal Gear a lot, apparently there's a Metal Gear Solid movie being made, and reportedly, and it seems to be true, Oscar Isaac is confirmed to play Snake, and I think Oscar Isaac would do good. But you know what I want to say? Like, I remember hearing a long time ago. See you later, Titus Crow. I know I've been seeing some people saying that they're like they have to leave and then maybe they'll come back. So if I don't end up saying bye, don't take it personally. I probably just I'm not, I'm in the middle of a thought. But I remember hearing a long time ago that Christian Bale said he would love to play Snake in a Metal Gear movie. He said this in an interview, and he said that he was actually a fan of the games. And like that to me was like, God damn. I know it's probably too late now. Like he could probably play an older Snake or, an older Big Boss, but he would have been like, because Christian Bale's an amazing actor. Like, and Oscar Isaac is a great actor too, but Christian Bale to me is like next level. Like he has a dedication to his craft that, is what I respect. It's why I respect him. And seeing like, to me, that would have been a really interesting thing to see Christian Bale as Snake in a Metal Gear movie. That would have been crazy. Carl Urban would be ideal for Solid Snake. He could play a good Snake. Yeah, he could play a good Snake. I'm trying to think of like other characters though. Like it's hard to say. I mean, I can't say Joel because Pedro Pascal's Joel, and he killed it as Joel. And Bella Ramsey as Ellie. I think she did great. Saying David Harbour, PSP Reviewer 100 saying David Harbour would be a phenomenal Snake. It's so tough with David Harbour because like David Harbour has a kind of silliness to him that I like. That's why I like him as like the roles he plays. He has this kind of, I don't know, this endearing nature to him. I don't know, man. I could see him pull it off. Donnie Yen as Jin Sakai. No, Donnie Yen's too old, bro. Donnie Yen's too old. I would love Donnie Yen would be cool to see in he should absolutely be in the Ghost of Tsushima movie though. Kurt Russell is Snake. Kojima literally based Snake around his likeness. Yeah, that's true. Kurt Russell's too old now though. Oh, Kurt Russell is old Snake. Perfect. There we go. Kurt Russell is old Snake. That would be awesome. Anthony Hopkins is old Big Boss. That would be good, yeah. Hugh Jackman absolutely could have killed the role as Snake, too. Jason Statham as Cole McGrath. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, man. There's a lot of stuff that we could go with here. I would have to really think about that, though. I would have to think about what movies I would want to see, and I would have to really think hard about certain actors. But that's a good question, man. I like that one. Tom Cruise as Nathan Drake. Oh God, we need to get Arnold. We need to get Arnold in one of these movies. Owen Wilson is Raiden, bro. Oh my God, that shit would be that would be amazing. I would love to see that. George A, you're saying what PlayStation 1 classic have you went back to? Honestly, dude, I can't. I have no idea. Like, I wish I could tell. I've watched a lot of gameplay of PS1 classics over the years, and like seeing footage of these games, but like a PS1 game that I actually went back and played, dude, I don't know. I legitimately have no idea. I can't even begin to think. I don't think there is any. It's been, I don't know how long it's been. There's a good chance. No, that doesn't sound realistic to me. I was going to say I haven't played PS1 since I was like a little boy, basically. But I've played a PS1 game since then, but I couldn't tell you, dude. Truthfully. Arnold Schwarzenegger is Vulcan Raven. Oh my God. There you go. Yeah, who's going to play Kratos in the upcoming I don't know, man. Kate Blanchett as the boss. Ooh, that's a really good one. That would be really good. Yes, she would be perfect as the boss. Unintended Studios. You're saying Tsushima's announcement on PS4 was when I finally decided to learn Japanese to play it. Then finding out the animation was to English was my big bummer. Damn, dude. That's insane to think. You went out of your way to learn Japanese just for Ghost of Tsushima, just to find out that the animation was to English. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, dude. Yeah, but I mean, Ghost of Tsushima, I think to a lot of people was the true swan song. I think it basically was the swan song for the PS4. What a great way to end that generation, man. I think Ghost of Tsushima truly was the perfect way to end the PlayStation 4 generation, because you know it needed to end with something brand new like that. That I think is just a perfect way to cap it off. Dave Bautista as Kratos. Yeah, he's a good actor. I mean, I know it sounds crazy. He probably could pull it off. He's a good actor, dude. Like, Woody Harrelson as Snake. Oh my God. Saying last gen didn't end yet. Yeah, I guess technically not. The Rock is Abby. Oh man. Let me see. Okay, Kapapa, you're saying Cha 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 European Song Contest. Watch it. That's so random, dude. I don't even know how to respond to that. Doolin Jones, you're saying most anticipated or most PlayStation studios are ready to demonstrate their games for PS5. It's time for Sony to announce the showcase already. They developed new games for years now. We are still waiting. It's almost time. Doolin Jones, again, man. I'm in 100% agreement. Absolutely. The time is now. Almost. Maybe not exactly right now, but soon. Because that's true, man. That's another really exciting factor to this whole showcase thing that I feel like I haven't talked about too much. The fact that many of these studios have just been working with the PlayStation 5, and they've had a lot of time to just get acquainted with the PS5 and really try to, I mean, look, cross-gen has lasted way too long. That's one of the things I'm most eager to see with this upcoming showcase is like, a big question I have, truthfully, what, because we have to prepare ourselves. Like, it's not all going to be perfect. We know that some live service games are going to be announced. What percentage of these live service games are going to be cross-gen? Some of them are going to be. Like, is The Last of Us multiplayer going to be cross-gen? That would be an L. I'm sorry. I would understand. Like, I would understand why Sony was like, we need to make The Last of Us multiplayer cross-gen, especially if it's free to play. I would understand, but that would be an L. Like a game like maybe Twisted Metal, where it's like, we're not trying to push the graphics too hard. Owen Wilson as Liquid Snake. Bro, that is truly chaotic right there. But somehow I can see it. But I don't even think Owen Wilson, I don't think he'd be able to pull off the British accent, man. He'd be like, brother, it's been too long. I don't know how, I can't do an Owen Wilson impersonation. He would just be like, wow, Snake. Oh man, that is chaos right there. That's truly chaotic. Sorry I'm coughing so much, guys. Says wow in British. Doesn't it just sound the same though? Like, what does wow sound like with in a British accent? Oh, man. But Doolin Jones, thank you for the super chat, man. You're correct. They've been working on these PS5 games for a long time, dude. And the time's come. We're ready to see it. We're ready to see these games in action. Ben Stiller as Snake. Owen as Liquid. Oh my God, that would be incredible. I want to see that, dude. I absolutely want to see that. Josh, again, man, you're saying my backlog can beat my legs off. I'm still working my way through Hogwarts. Haven't started RE4 yet, not even buying Jedi yet. I had to pause PSVR 2 gaming, and they just released 5 more games this week. Damn, Josh. Josh is drowning in games. He doesn't even know what to do. Sorry to hear that, man. I guess it's a good problem to have. Try not to get discouraged, though, man. I think you'll get to it. I think you'll get to your games. Maybe not, though. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too optimistic. Vince Vaughn is Otacon. I have a truly chaotic one for you. You ready? This is chaotic on another level. Adam Sandler as Ocelot. Just try to imagine that, dude. Adam Sandler as Ocelot. That I don't. Oh my God, dude. That'd be terrifying. That is truly cursed. Absolutely, that is cursed. No, it like breaks your brain. You can't put those two things together because it just doesn't work. Dude, I want to see an AI generate that. I want to see some AI. You know, we've been seeing like these things of like certain movies if they were made by certain directors and they actually put like actors in there. Like, dude, I saw this one. It was trending. It was like an AI. It was like if Wes Anderson or something. I think it was Wes Anderson. I could be wrong. If Wes Anderson made like Star Wars and they actually got real actors and cast them, dude, I shit you not, the AI casted Owen Wilson as Darth Vader. Like, what? Owen Wilson as Darth Vader, dude. AI doing some great things. AI doing some great things. Scarlett Johansson as Sniper Wolf. That'd be cool. Wow. Like, could you imagine that? Oh, dude, that shit made me laugh out loud so hard. Rooster Jackson, you're saying Sony steak equals well done, Xbox steak equals rare. I don't know about that, bro. I think Xbox is not serving up steaks. Xbox is serving up like McDonald's hamburgers, basically. That's what they're serving up. Although some people would say that's pretty damn good. Some people love McDonald's burgers. Xbox is a burnt steak. Yeah. Xbox is something, bro. Happy Meals. We'll see. I don't know. The conversation around Xbox is dying down a bit, which is good to see. And clearly, they're getting ready for their showcase, man. It's happening soon. Well, not soon, in about a month. PSP Reviewer 100, you're saying David Harbour. Oh, yeah, I did read that one already, saying David Harbour would be a phenomenal Snake. And we got Kirohime. Thank you for the $20 super chat, buddy. You're saying the showcase is bound to happen. People tend to forget that Sony tends to do things that compete with Microsoft. With Xbox having announced theirs, why would they not do one, knowing the backlash they would receive otherwise? Yeah, that is another factor here that I honestly, we haven't talked about it yet up to this point. Which is I've listed out all of these different reasons why Sony is very, to me, it's obvious they're going to do a showcase soon. And I have not talked about that reasoning, that being that you know, they do still have to compete with Xbox. I mean, a lot of people make jokes, obviously, that you know, PlayStation doesn't have any competition. Xbox certainly is not competing with Sony. And I understand that. I do believe that it's just not, they're just not on the same level. They're not even close. However, that doesn't mean that Xbox couldn't have a potentially really good showcase. And I still think that Sony, like, I don't want Sony to get that attitude, you know? Like, I understand again why some fans look at it as, well, you know, PlayStation, they're not, you know, Xbox isn't their competition. I get why some fans have that mentality, but I don't want Sony to adopt that mentality. I do want Sony to consider Xbox even still as a competitor. I do want them to take it seriously that Xbox is having a showcase. I do want them to take Starfield seriously. I want them to care. This is another reason why I've been saying, like, I don't want to see Xbox fall so low on the totem pole of quality that it's just like Sony basically laughs at them, because that's the thing, man, is if Xbox wasn't having a showcase and Xbox just wasn't doing anything, I still think Sony would have a showcase, but I've always said that the better that Xbox does in the gaming space, regardless of whether it's Game Pass related or not, like, it's going to put more pressure on Sony. And I don't want to see Sony with no pressure at all, because I still think Sony would do a good job, but I just think that naturally Sony would do a better job if there's a bit of pressure. You know, if they have actual competition. And that's, to me, that's what's interesting. I've talked about how, to me, we're going to see potentially a PlayStation showcase before an Xbox showcase, but we do know an Xbox showcase is happening. Two Titans. I mean, one right now is clearly much stronger than the other, but two Titans nonetheless. Like, let them fight. Let's see, you know, go kick each other, go try to kick each other's asses. That's why, not to bring it up again, but that's why Phil Spencer's interview sucked so much, because it's just like, that was the opposite of, like, we're going to come kick Sony's ass. It's like, we're just going to lay here and we're good. You know, like, we've been beat. I want to see some serious, you know, I want to see a good fight, basically, because we want to see them try to one up each other. But I will say, though, I think putting Xbox aside, though, like, Kiruhime, you know, you mentioned the competition side, and I agree. I think it's still important for there to be a competitive factor here. But I do think that Sony at this point in time does hold themselves to a certain standard alone, where it's like, even if they don't have competition, they still hold themselves to a very high standard. So, like, even if, and to me, like, that is another reason why I think Sony's choosing to go first. Because we've talked about a lot, and this is why a lot of people believe Sony isn't doing a showcase until much later. Because a lot of people are like, dude, Sony's not doing a showcase until after, you know, until after Xbox goes. But it's like, well, you know, if they choose to go first, it definitely is abnormal for Sony. But it might be them just trying to send a message saying, like, we don't care what Xbox is doing. What Nintendo's doing. We just don't care. We're doing what we do, and we have a very high standard, and we hold ourselves to a high standard, and we're going to show you that. You know, to me, that is actually a good sign, because I want to see, like, I care about the competition a lot, but I want to see a less reactive Sony and just a more proactive Sony, where they're just, you know what I mean? Like, where we're just doing our thing because we think our thing is really, really good and we're excited about it. And we hold our thing to a high standard. And I think that if they do a showcase before Xbox, to me, that's the message they're sending. Sony going first is, you can't match this height to all other publishers. I mean, I would be honest, man. If I was a video game publisher and certainly a platform holder like Microsoft, I would be very nervous about Sony going first. I would be very nervous that, Jesus, they're gonna kill our show before it even happens. Genuinely, I would feel that way. because those are the type of cards that Sony can play. That's the type of weight that Sony holds in this industry, where it's like Sony could deliver a show that could be unmatched, essentially, by anybody. And if that happens, I'm not saying that the rest of the shows are going to suck. Certainly not. But it's just like, like it's going to be like, good luck. Like, really good luck. And it might not go that way. It's worth noting Sony could be splitting things up here. Sony could do a relatively big show first at the end of May, and then they might be saving some more stuff to do potentially another show in September. It's a possibility. They've done it before. I'm not saying I expect that, but it is a possibility. So I appreciate that super chat, Kirihime. Definitely interesting to think about. Darkland22, you're saying, do you think the EU will block the ABK deal? I mean, I don't think it matters what I think. If I had to guess, I'm going to say probably not. But I just want to say that it's going to be interesting to see what the result of this ABK deal is with the EU tomorrow, because people seem to be under the impression that if the European, it's supposed to happen tomorrow. People are under the impression that if the European Commission approves this deal, that it like changes everything, and it really doesn't. It doesn't actually change anything at all. I'll tell you this, like if the European Commission blocks the deal, that does change everything, because what that does is it kills it. It's over at that point. Microsoft would not try to fight the European Commission on top of the CMA, on top of the FTC. They couldn't, because they would lose. They would lose that fight. So if they block it, it definitely changes it to where, well, there you go. That's the bullet to the head. It's done. It's finished. If they approve it, I mean, Microsoft will say yes, and they'll come out and they'll give their big speech about how like the European the European Commission is the best, and they're amazing, and the CMA sucks. But ultimately, it doesn't like change anything. That the most important thing to understand, and I'm sure most of you do understand this by this point, but and it's not just the CMA. Like the FTC is still blocking. So Microsoft needs the European commit. Like the only, let me put it to you this way: in order for Microsoft to have any shot in hell, just any chance at all, even if it's just a 1% chance, they need the European Commission to approve it. And if they don't get that, then they have 0%. That 5%, that 1% could drop, or even if it's like a 20% chance, it'll drop to 0. So in order for Microsoft to even just have that 1, 5, 15, 20% chance, whatever it might be, 25% chance, I don't know exactly what the percentage is, but in order for that chance to even exist, they need the European Commission to approve it. And if the European Commission doesn't approve it, it drops to 0%. And that's just the reality. But the important thing for people to understand, the reason why I say like it doesn't really make that big of a difference if the European Commission approves the ABK deal, it's simply because the CMA is independent. Like it's going to come down to the CMA. And at the end of the day, no matter what Microsoft does, no matter how many other regulators approve them, like if they get approval from every other regulator, even at some point the FTC, which the FTC won't ever approve it either, the CMA, it comes down like, is this CMA going to decide to reverse their decision? And they're not going to. Like it's more than obvious that the CMA is not going to reverse their decision. I saw some people saying that like the prime minister or something was basically showing their support for the ABK deal. Like no, that's not what's happening. It's I don't know, man. This is some weird shit, because even though Microsoft just recently said that the CMA or the UK is closed for business because of the CMA, apparently they're doing some kind of AI startup in the UK, Microsoft that is, and it's like, what the fuck? Like what? Like you just said they're closed for business. So I don't know. You're saying the FTC will lose the case in court. Even if that happens, that doesn't mean the CMA changes their decision. The CMA made it clear, like, we're fucking blocking this. Like, we're not letting it go through. So ultimately, what could end up happening is Microsoft will have to make the decision. Do you pull out of the UK? That seems to be where this is going to lead, because the CMA is not going to reverse their decision. I don't know. I'm 100% convinced they will not do it. Like, they don't give a shit about Microsoft, dude. Like, they told Microsoft to fuck off. They're not going to reverse their decision, no matter how much pressure is applied to them. At this point, they probably have more reason to stick, by their guns. But you're saying the CMA won't be the only one against it. Well, even if they are, like, again, even if Microsoft gets approval from every other regulatory body, it seems like Microsoft is ultimately going to have to decide, like, are you going to pull out from the UK? That is legitimately the only way they could close the deal, is they would have to make it so that Xbox is no longer available in any capacity in the UK market. And they could do that. But, like, think about that, though. Saying the UK needs Microsoft more than Microsoft needs the UK. I don't know about that. I mean, you might, but I don't know. I don't think Microsoft, I don't know how it works. I don't know if Microsoft would have to completely pull out, like, entirely, like Microsoft isn't doing any business in the UK, or if it's just gaming, like the Xbox brand. You're saying this isn't true. They can still be available in the UK, but maybe the cloud or Game Pass isn't available. Maybe. I don't know. Like, that's the thing, though, is that could be a possibility. But as far as I'm aware, the CMA did not propose that. Like, the CMA basically was saying, like, no. Like, just, I don't know. The remedies that the CMA provided, like, Microsoft isn't going to do, like, sell Call of Duty. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't say just don't do cloud gaming here. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's not looking good for Microsoft, though, regardless. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, the EU, whether they approve it or not, if they approve it, okay, Microsoft is still in the exact same position. If they if they block it, then it's over. So Microsoft has a lot riding on this. DJ or Planet Schlorpian, you're saying, MBG, have you heard of Crimson Desert? We've been in the dark on it since 2020, but the reveal is likely at Summer Game Fest, as the devs are listed as being there. It looks like an awesome high fantasy game. I remember seeing that game revealed, and it looked really good, actually. So if that game's going to show up again, Planet Schlorpian, I'm all for it. I would love to see that game, because I remember we saw the trailer for that, and it looked like insanely impressive. We're like, yo, this looks amazing. And you're right, we haven't seen anything on it since then. So it could be basically a huge re-reveal. I hope it's there, man. I hope it's there. John, you're saying my name is not on the channel member list. Yeah, that's my fault, man. To be honest, it's been tough to keep up with the member list, bro. I'm going to update it probably by tomorrow, though. That's my hope. I'm hoping to have the list fully updated by tomorrow. So no worries there, man. It'll get there. It'll get there. DJ, you're saying Finn Wolfhard would be a good Atreus if he was younger. Finn Wolfhard. I don't know who this is. Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't know that was his name. Yeah, this is the Stranger Things. Yeah, he would definitely be a good Atreus. He's a good actor too. I agree, DJ. That would be a good one. Yeah, the Stranger Things kid. I don't know. Maybe he'll play older Atreus. Who knows? You know who would be a better Atreus? Sonny Soljic. Yeah, he would be great, man. I mean, he's Atreus. Just cast Christopher Judge and Sonny. There you go. Kratos and Atreus. Luis Jargo, member for 15 months. Thank you, man. longtime member. You're saying, I'm having tons of fun with Jedi Survivor. Did you play it yet? I didn't play it yet. No. I'm hoping to get to it at some point. At this point in time, I don't know, man. I'm just kind of leaning back and coasting when it comes to gaming right now. I'm not really heavily into anything. I've just been casually playing Dead by Daylight to just, pass the time. I mean, I'll be honest, like I've been kind of afraid to buy Jedi Survivor because I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of like back and forth with it, but a lot of you guys have been saying it's like fine now on PS5. So you're saying you platinum Jedi Survivor and it's still buggy, but worth going for the platinum. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening with that because you're saying MBG is waiting for Final Fantasy 16. Yeah, I gotta admit, man, like I'm you know what else I'm clearing the way for right now? I'm waiting. Like I am curious to see if there are going to be any shadow drops from PlayStation. Like I want to be ready for anything to potentially shadow drop. Like if Sony does do their showcase on the 25th, that's 11 days from now. And if they shadow drop something, I want to be there, ready. Nothing in the way. But saying you just got the platinum for Jedi Survivor, crashes sometimes, still a bit buggy. It's best to wait for another 1 or 2 patches. Okay. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying Jedi Survivor is my game of the year for now. Damn, that's impressive, man. That's impressive. Yeah, I'll get around to it at some point. I don't know. Right now, to be honest, I feel like I'm kind of taking a little break from not gaming, but just like I'm just chilling. Is all I'm doing. Like I'm being a pretty boring gamer right now. I'm just literally playing at night with my wife and my friends with just a couple rounds of DBD, and I've just been. It feels good, honestly, to take a little break. Because I've been. I don't know, man. I feel like I've been playing so many AAA, like massive AAA games for so long that it's like I can't remember when the last time I actually took a break was. Let me see here. Well, when it comes to the PlayStation Showcase conversation, I think at this point, like, here's what I'll say. Here's the final word on it for now. I'll probably talk more about it in other streams coming up, but for now, a part of me is expecting it to be announced this week, possibly on Thursday or Friday. But I'm telling you now, if we do not have the showcase announced, and I'm saying this now because I already know how people are going to get. If the showcase isn't announced on Thursday or Friday, I'm not assuming. Like I 100% believe, okay, it's probably going to be announced on Monday then. That's what I'm going with. And if now the latest I'll push it to, I'm just letting you know, the latest I'll push it to, if May 22nd rolls around and there's no showcase announcement by the end of that day, I'm going to lose it. Like straight up, I'm going to lose my shit, bro. So that's how far I'm pushing it. Ripper Rooney, you're saying, what's up, MBG? If they end up announcing MGS 1 and 3 remake, you really need that bandana, eye patch, and light up a cigar. Absolutely, dude. Yeah, so with the whole eye patch thing, Big Boss, his eye patch is on his right eye. My right eye is my good eye. My left eye is my bad eye. Probably not going to be able to stream the whole thing with an eye patch on my right eye because I won't be able to see things as clearly. So that'll probably just be a temporary thing. Maybe no eye patch. I mean, technically, you know, at the beginning of well, I don't want to spoil anything, but you know, I'm just saying that we do see Big Boss with 2 eyes. I mean, there's no way to not spoil it, but he has 2 eyes, 2 functioning eyes at the start of that game, Metal Gear Solid 3. But yeah, if they announce, I don't think they would announce 2 remakes. That'd be crazy. That would be absolutely wild. 2 Metal Gear remakes. Oh man. I'll try to have a cigar though. Although I don't know if I'm going to light up the cigar. I don't smoke that often, but I definitely don't smoke inside. Definitely not. Knowing me, I'll end up lighting something on fire accidentally, live on stream. Aaron Yogurt, you're saying MBG, you need to prepare a steak for the showcase. Yeah, dude, that's how I'm gonna end the showcase stream, with just a steak. I'm gonna be sitting there dressed as Snake, eating a steak. It's like, what is happening? What is happening on MBG stream, bro? That would be funny as hell. You need a cigar. Yeah, dude, it's going to be a good time, though. But yeah, I just wanted to say that's as far as I expect it to go. I'll give it till Monday the 22nd. If we don't get the announcement on Monday, unless Sony is like, dude, Sony could go full blown crazy and be like, we're holding the showcase on Thursday the 25th. We're going to announce it on the 23rd. Like, I mean, that would be crazy. I don't know. I think that would be a mistake. If Sony's doing a showcase, I think that they need to announce it at least a couple days in advance. 2 days, I don't think that's enough time. Kitbird, you're saying, wish I was part of the stream yesterday. My corpse is still on that hill, by the way. I'm a believer. Also, any updates on Slitterhead? Hashtag FXbox. Hashtag PSCR2. Oh, I got double hashtags this time, bro. I haven't heard anything about Slitterhead. That is the craziest name for a game. But yeah, original Silent Hill developers working on Slitterhead. So we'll have to see, dude. But yeah, that yesterday's stream was pretty good, man. That was a really good stream. I mean, I was definitely sicker than I am now. And I was struggling a bit, but you guys showed up in force. That was a fun stream. Saying your corpse is still on that hill. That Silent Hill. You know what? I want to see that too. I want to see more Silent Hill 2 remake. That's what I want to see. Rename your podcast to PlayStation Express. Oh my God. That's actually really good. That I gotta admit, that's really good, huh? You know, because of the membership train. That should just be the name of my show, my daily show, or practically daily show. PlayStation Express. You sound great today, though. Yeah, I feel a lot better today. I just have a slight tickle in my throat. Little, very slight congestion. Nothing major at all. I'm glad. I was afraid I was going to wake up feeling worse, dude. So I'm glad to be almost fully recovered. But I want to say, it seems like Insomniac is beginning to hype up. I think Insomniac is beginning to hype up Spider-Man 2. Earlier this week we had a developer. I think it was the lead narrative person. Sorry. It was the lead narrative person. By the way, I don't know if I just like basically showed my ass on stream there. Like I went to go just like reach and shut my window, and like I just realized like, damn, I think my sweatpants fell down a little bit. Don't ban me, YouTube, please. Please, no. Not like this. All Hopefully it didn't just happen again. Playing it fast and loose here. Playing it fast. I just like left. I just left. The last thing MBG said, I hope, please YouTube, don't ban me because I accidentally showed my ass on stream. And it just gets up and walks away. Never comes back. Never to be seen again. Oh my God. Good shit though. And Kitford, you're saying also, happy Mother's Day to Mrs. MBG and all the mothers. Well, thank you so much for that, man. I'll be sure to let her know. MBG just said a thing and left. I gotta keep my viewers on edge. You know, I gotta be super unpredictable. You never know what MBG's doing. You know? He reaches over, does something, comes back, says something outlandish, like, what? What did he just say? And then he just walks away. Everybody's wondering what the hell just happened. What the hell just happened? But but yeah, to get back to what I was saying, sorry about that. Spider-Man 2, obviously tremendous amount of hype surrounding this game. I think the lead narrative over at Insomniac basically said, and look, I know, like, people don't want to hear anything when it comes to Spider-Man 2 at this point because they want to see it, but he said, we're trying to make the best game we ever made. Like, we're really, like, they're trying to really do something big with Spider-Man. And it's interesting because yesterday somebody did a super chat and they were like, you know, what about Spider-Man 2? Is Spider-Man 2 going to be able to get a higher Metacritic score than Zelda? Certainly not higher, but like, can it match Zelda? Can it get close to it? And I mean, that's where it's like, look, it's hard for me to say. It's hard for me to say because it's just like, we haven't seen the game yet, but I've been saying for some time that I have this feeling with Spider-Man 2 that the reason why we haven't seen it yet is because it's gonna, I don't know. I don't want to, this is where I want to keep my hype and expectations in check, but it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not saying I'm fully expecting it, but I'm saying it wouldn't surprise me if when we see Spider-Man 2, people are like actually genuinely blown away by it. You know what I mean? In a way where it's like, damn, I had high expectations, but that is actually exceeding my expectations. I just get the feeling that's kind of what Insomniac is trying to go for with Spider-Man 2. And the fact that we haven't seen a single sliver of footage from it yet tells me that might be what they're going for. Do I think Spider-Man 2 is going to be any worse or any less than Spider-Man 2018? No. Not a chance. It only goes up from Spider-Man 2018, truthfully. That's how I view it. I don't know, man. Insomniac, we're gonna see, bro. I have a lot of I have a lot of hope that, not just hope, but I have a lot of faith that Insomniac will be able to delight fans with Spider-Man 2. And I have a very, very, very strong feeling, guys. Think back to the PlayStation Showcase of 2020. The first showcase that we got for the PlayStation 5. Do you remember how Sony came out or Insomniac came out and they just were like, here's Spider-Man Miles Morales. And it was just like, what? Wait, hold on. What's going on here now? I feel like, and if you remember when they announced Spider-Man Miles Morales, they also showed off like an 8-minute gameplay demo, which blew people's minds because it wasn't expected at all. This time, Spider-Man 2 is absolutely expected, but I think they might do the same format, guys. Like, I think they might just come out and be like, here's an 8-minute demo, 9-minute demo of Spider-Man 2, and it's going to be just the craziest gameplay demo that leaves people just with their jaws on the ground, man. I mean, again, maybe I'm overhyping it. Maybe I'm overextending my reach here. PlayStation Pete with another membership gift. Shout out to you, PlayStation Pete. I've been seeing you gifting here and there, bringing us up to 128 on the day. Let me actually update this, guys. It's been a while since I've updated this. Let me update the member goal. Let me end that. We'll do member goal. I'll put it to, I guess we can just put it to like enough for me. The game enough for me. Soundboard going crazy. Soundboard going crazy. But there we go. Thank you so much, PlayStation Pete. Keeping the train going. Keeping the train going. MBG is a hype addict. I absolutely am a hype addict. I am. I admit it. But dude, come on, man. I don't know. So Spider-Man 2 could blow people away, man. It could. It could absolutely blow people away. I mean, why wouldn't it? Excuse me. So yeah, Insomniac basically came out earlier this week, hyping up Spider-Man. Over on Twitter, we got Summer Game Fest saying, "What is your most anticipated game right now?" Guys, what's your most anticipated game? What's your most anticipated? Like, I feel like for me, I want to say Spider-Man 2 right now because that I mean, I feel like that's only fair because it's like I would say Metal Gear, but technically Metal Gear hasn't been officially confirmed or announced yet. PlayStation Pete, you're asking, have you played Jedi Survivor yet? I actually did just get that question a little bit earlier, and no, I haven't played it yet, man. I'm holding off on it for now. It's a game that I'm probably going to get to a little bit later on, but I've been hearing great things about it, man. A lot of audience members here telling me it's a great game. I see a lot of people in the chat saying Final Fantasy 16. I see Spider-Man 2 as well, but a lot of Final Fantasy 16s. That's crazy. Yeah, that's Final Fantasy 16 is going to be huge. God damn, dude, June. The next, 6 weeks for PlayStation could be colossal, bro. Like, they could be monumental. Monumental. Like, because now I'm realizing Sony could be doing a showcase at the end of May, and then they could show up with something big at Summer Game Fest, and then right after that, Final Fantasy 16 launches. God damn. That could be monumental. And we got Paul Ganell. Paul, following up PlayStation Pete with another membership gift. Dude, thank you so much, man. Bring us up to 129. That's awesome. I love to see, new people gifting memberships. It's always so cool to see that. Recently, I mean, we have obviously heavy hitters who continue to gift memberships frequently, but these, guys clearly inspire other people to gift as well, and that's a very cool thing to see. So there you go, Paul Ganell and PlayStation Pete. Thank you for your gifts today. Love to see it. You're saying the Death Stranding 2 trailer was insane and you'd love to see a bit of gameplay. Dude, I hope, that would be a big reveal. Because, I don't know, man, there's an expectation with Death Stranding gameplay where a lot of people are ready to just write it off and say, yeah, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in a delivery simulator. And there's been a lot of conversation that Death Stranding 2's gameplay is actually likely going to be very different from Death Stranding 1's gameplay. And we know that Kojima and Jeff Keighley, best friends. I have no doubt in my mind that Kojima's going to show up at Summer Game Fest. He always does. He could show up there with Xbox's game. It's worth noting. It could be that too. Maybe that's what Kojima will do. Kojima will show Death Stranding off at the PlayStation Showcase, and he'll show the Xbox game. He'll show the Xbox game off at Summer Game Fest, and goddamn, we got Whiskey Gaming. Whiskey Gaming, bro. Huge W's in the chat with a 20 bomb out of nowhere. Whiskey Gaming showing up with a 20 bomb out of nowhere. Holy shit. Let's get some W's in the chat. Let's get some trains in the chat. Let's get some triple anuses in the chat for Whiskey Gaming, who just kicked this off in a huge way. And Hellbound 1981 following up with another gift. Capping it off with 21, bro. Damn, another 20 bomb. Another 20 bomb. What does that take us to? Dude, that brings us to 150. Oh, goddamn. That is crazy. You guys are crazy. Dude, you know how I know you guys are crazy? You guys are crazy because, dude, yesterday we did a stream and it was a very casual stream. And we like got to like, what was it, 240 members? That was yesterday. And then today you're like, let's get it to 150. Like, again. That's like, what? What? You guys are insane. Huge shout out to you, Whiskey Gaming, for that 20 bomb. I see you, Whiskey. Sorry, I just smashed my desk. Whiskey Gaming, bro. Longtime member. Mod. Out here dropping 20 bombs. Love to see it, man. I appreciate all the support, guys. I mean, this is like... I love this community too, man. This has been... I mean, truthfully, the past 4 weeks or so, 3 or 4 weeks have been, like, I think the best weeks I've ever had on YouTube. And I don't just mean that, like, just because of the support. I mean, obviously the support is everything. But just the fact that, like, you know... I don't mean to keep focusing on it, but it's just crazy to me where it's just like, dude, I went from just, you know, making news videos every day and feeling like I'm getting burnt out on just making news videos every day to being like, you know, maybe I could try to transition to streaming, you know? And I don't know. I was genuinely very afraid that my community here would not respond very positively to that. And people would be like, bro, like, you know, we like your podcasts on a weekly basis, but these daily streams, that ain't going to be a thing, man. And it was just so relieving and so nice to see that it was basically the opposite. You know, it's just very, it's very humbling, but also, as I said, just kind of mind blowing to know that there's just a community of people here where it's like, MBG, man, all we want is for you to be you, to just show up, do some streams, talk gaming, hang out with us, and we'll support you. I mean, that is truly a mind-blowing thing. So really, really appreciate it, guys. Really, really appreciate that support. Another 20 bomb from Whiskey Gaming. Love to see it. Love to see it. I see who said that. You're saying Jay Shako live streams and shorts. And then Whiskey Gaming saying, I see some gray names in the chat. Be sure to turn on the ability to claim membership gifts. Absolutely, guys. Anybody who is in the chat right now that doesn't have a membership, click on Whiskey Gaming's icon at the top or any other icons you see at the top of the chat with the gift box and opt in. Click to allow yourself to be gifted a free membership. They're non-recurring. That is, again, something very important that I try to let people know, that you don't have to fear accepting a membership gift. It's not like a subscription where YouTube's going to charge you each month. No, it's just a free gift. You get a free month courtesy of those generous individuals giving these gifts out, and you get to enjoy all of those membership benefits free of charge. So, and I've been producing more member-only content than ever before, and that's only going to continue to grow as the months go by, and we continue to grow the community here. So, huge shout out to you guys. Thank you for keeping that train going. Sitting at 150 memberships, that's insane. You guys are incredible. I can't thank you enough. You know, regardless of how much I sound like a broken record, I'm always going to continue to thank you guys. Crucifixion says, we love you, MBG. Thank you, man. Thank you. I mean, trust me, I've been feeling the love. I really have been feeling the love. I've been having the time of my life doing this, man. And, you know, it's awesome. It's awesome. I mean, I always kind of knew. You're saying, is YouTube not announcing some gifted subs? Yeah, don't get, like, as I said, you see these 10 bombs, these 20 bombs, people gifting 5 memberships at a time, and you're probably noticing that it's slowing down. Like, you're not seeing the names just like just kind of rattle off. It's totally normal. We basically have hit a ceiling to a degree, and that's going to change very, very soon. Like I said, there's basically an avalanche building up. All right, there's an avalanche of membership gifts building up. So anybody who is gifting memberships, if you don't see them rattling off, trust me, you're basically creating a stockpile. And what's going to happen in the coming days and weeks is you're going to start to see them just go crazy again. But also, here's another important thing. Assuming there is a showcase soon, my goal, I don't know if it's going to happen. Okay, like I don't want to get ahead of myself with anything, but my goal is, okay, this is the first time I'm streaming a PlayStation Showcase in over a year and a half. I want to get a shit ton of new viewers in to the stream so they can see like what this community is all about, what it's like, and you know, my goal is to just have the highest view count that I've seen on the channel in potentially years, hopefully during the PlayStation Showcase. And with that, that's when like people might go crazy gifting, because that like I'm not going to go crazy that day asking people to gift. I'm definitely not going to do that. But all I'm going to say is that for people in the community who like to gift, pay attention to any of the event streams that we do, because if there's ever going to be a time to really like distribute massive amounts of gifts, if you're going to do it, it would be then, because dude, the potential is crazy where we have new people that have never been here before showing up, getting an idea of like, oh, who's this MBG guy? What's this community? What's this community like? And then imagine they just roll in and they're just like, you get a gift, you get a gift, you get a gift. You know what I mean? It has the potential to really cause a big ripple effect on the channel. And so you're saying Whiskey Gaming teasing here, saying I'm saving a surprise for the showcase stream viewers. God damn, Whiskey Gaming with the tease over here. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I don't know what to expect exactly if there's going to be a showcase and I stream it, but there's no denying that I'm expecting it to be one hell of a stream. I'm going to prepare that day, bro. Like I'm straight up going to be preparing like Naked Snake, Big Boss preparing for the Virtuous mission. No joke. That's what it's going to be like for me, because I know it's going to be crazy. And you're saying I'm going to make you light up that cigar. Dude, my wife will kick my ass. Dude, I light up that cigar on stream. My wife's going to kick down the fucking door and beat me right on stream. Not beat me, but you know what I mean? She's going to fucking not be happy. I don't know, though. I mean, I don't know. Would it be so bad if it was just one time? I don't know. I feel bad doing that, but I'm just going to, yeah, dude, I'm just going to like, I'm just going to carry my whole setup outside. Dude, I'm going to stream outside. Oh, that would go so terribly wrong. Could you imagine that? Like I'm just straight up streaming outside and then like, oh, that would be, I don't know, man. I got it, dude. I'm getting excited. That's hard not to get excited, dude. Bro, open the window. Yeah, I know. I could open the window, but I feel bad. Saying you want to see my house. My house is nothing special, man. It's enough, you know. It's enough. It's a humble home. But you know, I've been a homeowner for how long now? How long has it been? Stream in a bush like Snake would. Oh man, that'd be funny. It starts raining. Oh my, you know what would be even worse, dude? Oh my god, I'm fucking laughing because my backyard is like overgrown, bro. It's like it is straight up like a fucking jungle out there. If I were to do a setup outside, like it would be just, you would think like, dude, I would have a cardboard box set up out there. It'd be a jungle, dude. I'm telling you, I would start getting attacked by yellow jackets. No joke, because there's a shit ton of yellow jackets out there. That's why sometimes I hate going outside because of that. And there's like no nests as far as I can see. But dude, straight up the pain, bro. It's a straight up MBG Big Boss, the pain boss battle. Oh, that'd be fucking so stupid. It'd be so funny. It'd be the most entertaining stream ever. It would be so bad because people would be like, bro, you're not even going to be able to focus on the showcase. I would have so much fun though. A backyard barbecue stream. I mean, who knows what'll happen one day, man? Who knows? I like I said, we clearly have a really awesome community here, and there are definitely going to be times in the future where we have some fun. I just don't know how you would. First of all, I'm pretty sure my PC would overheat outside. Like it would likely be because the weather's getting hotter. It would that'd be my biggest concern is my PC overheating. That would likely happen. But yeah, I've been a homeowner for a little while now, and I'm looking to move one day, obviously, and hopefully upgrade. But you know, I'm grateful for my house, man, because I remember I lived in an apartment for a while. I actually, growing up, I lived in a lot of apartments, and apartments can be convenient, but they can also be horrible at the same time. And when I went out on my own with my wife for a while, we lived in an apartment, and I kind of hated it, man. Like I just couldn't stand it. And I remember when we finally became homeowners, I was like, oh, dude, this is. But that's the thing is, like, when you become a homeowner, there's a lot of shit you just don't anticipate, you know, that you got to take care of. Saying yellow jackets live underground. See, is that true that yellow jackets live underground? Because this is why I'm saying I got a problem in my backyard, bro, where I keep seeing these yellow jackets randomly, and I'm like, where the hell are they coming from? And now, like, I never knew that. I never knew that they live underground. That's crazy. I feel like that's something I should have known. Fuck. What is it? I mean, do they just look like relatively, like, do they look like yellow jacket sized holes in the ground? Because if that's true, then that's probably, I've been seeing these holes and I'm like, maybe they're just large. I don't know, big ant holes. I don't know what the fuck they are. I'm just seeing these holes in my backyard. They're bigger than that. Shit. All right. What do I pour down it to get rid of them then? Boiling water? God, that's brutal. Let's just cover it. Is that a viable option? Can I just cover the hole? Decent sized holes. They go into the pipes? What? A flamethrower. Boiling oil. Oh my God, dude. And you guys are savage. Boiling oil. Holy shit. Dude, yeah, I could see. I'm gonna set up an outside a stream outdoors, a backyard stream, and just I'm gonna like step on a fucking yellow jacket hole, and they're all gonna come out, and I'm gonna have to like get my knife out like Snake and start slicing up these fucking. I'm like laughing so hard at that because that's a legit boss battle in MGS 3 against the Paint. Like his power is he controls fucking in the game he controls hornets. And just there's multiple times in the game where you like Big Boss just gets attacked by swarms of hornets. And then at some point you got fucking Ocelot literally taking out the hornets by spinning his revolvers. Like he's like slicing up the fucking, it's so ridiculous, dude. God, sometimes you forget how silly Metal Gear is. If that happens, hide in a box. Yes, dude. If I get attacked by the Yellow Jackets, I'll just break out the cardboard box. Yeah, my backyard is overgrown right now, though, man. That's a problem. Like, when I say overgrown, I mean, like, the grass is cut and everything, but it's just, like, the perimeter. It looks like a fucking jungle. Nah, I'm excited, man. In case you can't tell, I'm excited for, I'm definitely excited for the showcase. Oh, and, sorry, man. Sorry, Aaron. I missed your super chat. You're saying, MBG, I get that doing videos might be a burn. Have you considered clipping parts of your streams or shorts? We want to see you reach that 100K. Yeah, don't get me wrong, man. Like, I've shifted my focus, as everybody can tell, mainly to streams, but I don't want people to think that that means I'm going to completely neglect, like, making video content and even doing shorts. I'm considering, well, first off, I will absolutely 100% continue to do video content. The reason why it slowed down this past week in particular, number one, I got sick. Number two, there wasn't a whole lot of news. You know, I made like a video talking about the showcase. And after that, like there really wasn't much PlayStation news to discuss. It was actually kind of bizarre because I wasn't expecting it to just kind of like stop abruptly like that. But I'm going to continue to make videos because I still do enjoy making videos. And I do like making regular, concise news videos for people who are not interested in the streams. But shorts are something that I'm going to try to work on as well. I have my friend Brown Sugar. I know many of you know him. He likes to mess around making random shorts, and I might start making some of them public, some of my members saw some of the shorts that he made, and I might start making some of my own. That'd be a great way to just get new people on board. Shorts are great for exposure and gaining new viewers on the channel. So that's something I'll pursue as well. The thing about shorts is I feel like you have to be clever with them to a degree, and I'm not very clever in that way. So I don't know. I'm inexperienced with shorts, but I'll see what I can do. So yeah, for anybody who's worried that I'm like not gonna make video content anymore or anything, definitely don't worry about that. That's gonna continue. It might not be as much. Like, you know, that's the thing is when I was making daily news videos, that's the thing. I had to make them each day to keep the channel relevant and keep the channel afloat. But that's not a problem anymore, thanks to you guys, which is amazing because it takes a lot of pressure off me. Where like now I can spread out my content a little bit more, which I think will benefit it. See Rafik saying, hi MBG from France, mate. Oh, it's awesome, dude. What's going on, man? From France, eh? Love to see it. Love to see it. Perfect Image, you're saying, I know this is a Sony podcast, but I'm a little pissed off people that are pissed off at 30 FPS as long as the story fits the narrative and the game is not buggy. You're good. In my book, 60 to 100 FPS is a plus. Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. Perfect Image. You're bringing up a conversation that people have been having recently about like, well, so like if Sony does put out a 30 FPS game, but it's an amazing game, do we shit on them for that? Because nobody's shitting on Zelda right now for that. I mean, at least it doesn't seem like it. Like everybody has come to the general consensus that Zelda, it sucks that it's like, you know, it's 30 FPS, but it's so good, like it doesn't matter. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I would be annoyed at Sony because I'll be straight up. Like I have a higher standard from Sony. That's just me. Like, as I said, one of the reasons why I'm not like jumping in, I'm not eager to jump into Nintendo's ecosystem is because I'm not a fan of the Switch, dude. Like I'm just not. I'm not a fan of that hardware. I think it's cool. I think it's unique. I think it's impressive, like what Nintendo came up with and how well it's worked out for them. But I'm not like I don't have any desire to play handheld, and it's just knowing that even if you play it in docked, it's pretty underpowered. You know, like it's not going to do much for games. That's like one of the biggest reasons why I'm actually super interested to see what is next hardware wise from Nintendo, because I'm really curious to see like if it, you know, clearly the Switch is hardware wise overstayed its welcome. Like people are ready for something new. I'm curious to see what they do, but I have a higher standard for Sony where it's like if Sony comes out with it, like if they're like Wolverine's going to be capped at 30 FPS, I'll be like, but why? You know what I mean? Like Sony doesn't have the excuse that Nintendo does, where whether you accept that excuse or not, it is a legitimate excuse where the PS5 is a powerful kit, man. Like it's a powerful console. The PS5 absolutely obliterates the Switch, eats the Switch for breakfast in terms of what it's capable of. So that's why it's like, I do expect games to hit 60 FPS. And honestly, like, I got to ask Nintendo fans in the chat right now. Nintendo fans in the chat, what's the expectation for the next iteration of the Switch, frame rate wise? What's the expectation? Is the expectation 60 FPS or is it still going to be 30 FPS? I have no idea. Surely it has to be 60, right? Right? Is it just me that thinks that? 60 FPS, 1080p. Oh my God. That would be so weird. 1080p, 60 FPS. Saying 1440, 60? I feel like that's a bit, I don't know. The fact that this next version of the Switch is going to launch like 3 years or 4 years after the PS5, you know? How far behind is it going to be? It seems like people are expecting 60 FPS though, no matter what. Yeah, I would hope so, man. I would hope so. What about in handheld mode though? NVIDIA makes the SoC for the Switch. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I haven't been paying too much attention, so I don't know what the expectation is. We'll see, man. It'll be so fascinating to see Nintendo's next console reveal because they have every opportunity to get me more involved, to get my attention. Because right now, I know people say like, dude, you got to play Zelda, but I'm just gonna be real with you right now. Like, I have no interest. I can't force myself. You know what I mean? Like, I do not care about Nintendo or the Switch right now. I just don't. I don't have a problem with it, but they're not. Like, I can see that people very much enjoy it, and there's something good there, but it doesn't. It's just not hooking me, not even close. And that's why I'm very interested to see Nintendo's push into their next gen, because I don't know, like, are they gonna hook me in? Is this a hot take? KDV, does KDV have a hot take? She says Zelda is lackluster in terms of open world story and side quests. Is that a hot take? I don't know. Zelda's the only reason you have a Switch. Payne says I wouldn't say that. Dante says no. Richard straight up says Zelda sucks. Somebody says yes, that is a hot take. Bomb's gonna go off. Zelda's okay. Yeah, I'll be honest, like that. That's why I don't jump on Zelda right away. Because like I admit I have a fear that I'm gonna like go play Zelda and I'm gonna be like, this game has a 96 on Metacritic, dude. A fucking 96. And I'm gonna be afraid that I'm gonna play it and be like, I don't get it. And I don't feel like dealing with that that potential backlash. But I am afraid that that's gonna happen, Like I was a little bit afraid of that with Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I'll admit, like, when I look at a game like Final Fantasy VII Remake and then I look at a game like Zelda, like, to me, they're very, very different games. Like, imagine if I were to go play Zelda and just come back and be like, dude, this shit sucks. I get torn up. I know I would. I'm not saying it would suck. I'm just saying if that's what I actually thought, I would feel nervous to be like, you know what? Maybe I just don't talk about this. People gonna go crazy. But that's the thing, man. If it's a 96, I mean, it's got to be good, right? Oh, sorry, Disco Cobra. Thank you for the $20 super chat, man. You're saying live podcast style shows can be good when you already have a decent sized channel. I've heard live content does worse in the algorithm as opposed to regular videos. Not sure why or how true that is. Maybe they want more shorts. Oh, absolutely, dude. Yes. You want to talk about YouTube's algorithm? Dude, YouTube's algorithm does not give a shit about live content. Like, it's just not. The reason why YouTube doesn't necessarily push out live content or long form, like stream content, is because it's just a lot harder to get people to click on a video, just on a piece of content that's 3 or 4 hours long. It's just a lot harder. And especially now because YouTube's trying real hard to compete with TikTok, unfortunately. Shorts, they're in terms of getting exposure and getting eyes on your channel, shorts are the way to go. Video content is kind of the in-between where, like, I'll be honest, YouTube doesn't there's not much of a difference in terms of exposure or not exposure, but total view count between my streams and my videos. Like I had this video I put out, I'm sure you guys saw it last week, where it was a video covering Phil Spencer's interview, and that video got off to the hottest start that I've seen on my channel for a video in a long time, dude. Like, I cannot remember the last time I saw a video get off to that hot of a start. And I was looking at this video, I'm like, dude, this video is going to take off. Like, it has to. Like, I have not produced a video that has garnered this much interest and attention and viewership in such a short period of time, and it just hit a fucking wall, bro. I'm telling you, like, YouTube does not give a shit about my video content, man. They just don't. Like, that video should have went on to get at least like 60, 70K, potentially 100K. And it literally didn't even hit 40 because it just hit a wall. Like, YouTube just decided, like, yeah, we're not spreading this video. And I gotta admit, it's shit like that makes me just kind of hate YouTube, like, in terms of the algorithm, because it's like, I did everything you're supposed to do. Like, I had an enticing thumbnail, I had a good topic, people have extreme interest in the video, you know, like, it's taking off initially, and everything should have signaled to YouTube's algorithm, like, pick this video up and let it do some more work. And it just didn't, dude. It just didn't. And I gotta say, like, as a content creator, it's incredibly discouraging, man. But you know, I've had videos that have taken off before, and truth be told, like, I have no idea why. Like, I don't know what exactly was different. I don't know what makes a video go on to get 100K views versus what makes a video go on to get 40K views. I really don't know. You're saying because of your titles? I don't know. It could be. YouTube's always changing shit, man, and it feels so difficult to keep up with, and that's why I'm just like, I want to grow the channel, and that arguably that's the most difficult challenge I've run into these days, is how to continue to grow the channel, because I've been stuck at like 98K subs for God knows how long now, and it's just because, like, not many new people are being exposed to the channel, and I don't know, man, I might have to really start to go on I might have to start an undertaking with shorts. You're saying it depends on the topics and what's gaining focus in the industry. It could be that too. I mean, like, there have been times in the past, like, when things are going really, really well for PlayStation, as in, like, not, when I say going well, I don't mean like, oh, PlayStation's selling a bunch of PS5s, so that means my channel's getting more exposure. No, not like that. More like, if there's just a lot of buzz around PlayStation, and that's why I'm very curious to see how my videos perform, like, building up to the showcase or after the showcase, because there should be technically more buzz around PlayStation than there has been in literally a year and a half with this showcase. If I don't see any difference in my video's performance, then that's going to be weird to me, because it's like, it should be the opposite, you know? Because in the past, that's usually how it's went. I am clearly a PlayStation focused channel. So when there's a lot of buzz around PlayStation, naturally more people are searching PlayStation related stuff. Naturally, more people come across my content. And so that's why I'm hopeful, you know, tell your friends about MBG's channel, spread the word. Absolutely. Talk politics. Yeah. That's the easiest way to gain exposure, but hell no, I'm not doing that. That's a shit show, bro. Politics, no thanks. No thanks. I try to get away from that shit. I'm just so fucking tired of hearing about it all the time. I feel like you can't do anything anymore. Wear my top lower. Yeah, dude, that my whole thing with, like, I know politics to a degree are going to be involved in everything to a degree, but, like, I'm just so tired of, like, not everything has to be political all the time. You know, like, people more than ever are looking for safe harbor away from that shit, where they can just, it doesn't have to be about politics. It could just be about something else that doesn't involve it. art, and people try to artificially inject politics into shit and cram it into it where it just doesn't need to be there, and people pick up on that. And I'm just, it's like, it's ironic because my favorite video game series is Metal Gear Solid, and the reality is Metal Gear Solid is one of like the most political game series out there. However, I would argue that the genius of the Metal Gear Solid games, because believe it or not, there are people who will probably say, "Oh, is Metal Gear political?" Like, absolutely it is. Absolutely, it's very political. But the difference is that it's not trying to. It's handling it in a way that makes sense and can make it so that it's more about the entertainment factor. If you want to read deeper into Metal Gear and the politics surrounding it, you can, and you can come to your own conclusions, and you can very clearly come to a conclusion. Oh, like for example, even Death Stranding, there are people who believe that Death Stranding, because of BB and that whole situation between, that's like a pro-life thing, and it's well, it could definitely be taken that way, for sure, it could. But at no point when I played Death Stranding did I feel like Kojima was like, okay, I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna tell you my politics, on abortion and shit, and you're gonna listen to it. It never came off like that, not even remotely close. But it can be people can absolutely pick up on that if that's how they, But that's why I'm saying, that's why I've always loved, I would argue that that's what Kojima's so good at. He's very good at injecting politics into his games, but in a way that's palatable, in a way that even if you don't agree, it's you can still find enjoyment. I think what people are so tired of is people injecting politics into their games, or not even into their games, but just into their whatever it might be, and it's just feeling fucking it's nails on a chalkboard. You're just being annoying about it, you're just being fucking annoying about it, and it goes both ways too, and I think people are just so sick and tired of that, where it's people who inject it, in past years, we would see certain political views injected into content, into video games, into movies, into shows, into all these different things. But it was done in a nuanced way. It was done in a way that it wasn't fucking bashing you over the head, to where it's don't pay attention to anything else except this political agenda that I'm trying to push. And people don't fucking like that. And I don't understand what's so difficult for people who are in charge of these things to see that, That's my opinion on it anyway. Yeah, I agree, Space Gambler Jr. I don't hate people for having an opinion and having a stance on things. What I begin to hate is when certain people, doesn't matter what their stance is or what their opinion is, when they basically decide no, I'm fucking right, and I'm going to beat you over the fucking head with it because I'm at war. It's dude, give it a fucking rest, man. Even if we look at my channel here where it's oh, PlayStation versus Xbox, yeah, I have my firm opinions and stances on video games and platforms and shit. But even at some point, I learned to give it a rest where it's okay, I said what I had to say, and, I said it for a week or two straight, but I'm done now, and I'm ready to move on, and let's focus on some other shit. It's just, sometimes it just gets too fucking much, man. And it's everywhere. That's what depresses me the most, is it's getting harder and harder to find shit where it's that stuff isn't just crammed down your throat. It is very annoying. And I think people need to become less reactionary too, to be honest. I think people need to, it can become a problem where once you begin to detect that certain people and certain groups or whatever, they're starting to cram shit and beat you over the head with it, you become more sensitized to it, where it can actually go the other way, where it's some people might see something that's going on or they might pick up on something, and it's like it was actually pretty subtle. It wasn't like beating you over the head with anything, but it was there. And then it's also like, oh, I picked up on that. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I can't believe they're doing it. It's like, well, hold on. They're not like beating you over the head with it here. You know what I mean? Like, they're not shoving it in your face. You're just noticing it, you know? And it's, you know, it's becoming, and it depends, you know, it's a murky subject, man. And that's another reason why I don't like to touch it, because, you know, when you're talking about politics, you're guaranteed to offend somebody. You know, you're guaranteed to offend somebody. And that's why, you know, have your opinions, have your stances on things. You can be unapologetic, but just don't be a dick. That's all. You know, like, I think it's that simple. Like, just don't be an asshole. And I think that's the problem with people these days, is there's too many people that want to be assholes to one another. And you know, such is life, I guess. Disco Cobra, I don't know how this super chat went from that, from what you said to where we are now, but there we are, saying asking too much, MBG. I know. Well, it is what it is, man. You know, nobody's perfect. I think it's just important for people to try to, you know when you're crossing a line. And I know that for some people that's very difficult to know, but there are definitely lines that will be crossed and they probably shouldn't, but unfortunately some people just don't know and they don't care. But again, such is life. Kojima stories are seriously intense political dramas. Yeah, I mean, dude, like, I think about like the ending of MGS 2 a lot. Like the ending of Metal Gear Solid 2 was really interesting to me, because I always kind of like hang on to Snake's, like, you know, monologue where he's like talking to Raiden, and Raiden's just like, so my brain is totally fucked and I don't know what to think or how to feel. And Snake is just like, look, man, like, that's just the way, like, I mean, I'm paraphrasing what he said, of course, but he's basically just telling Raiden, like, you got to find your own purpose. Like, you got to find your own thing to believe in and hold on to that and pass that forward and, you know, go forward believing in that. But you have to find it first. And it's really, you know, it's just really interesting. I think that's why I've always been drawn to the character of Snake in these games, because to me, like, even if you talk about Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, the beginning of Metal Gear Solid 3, you know, it immediately poses the question of, like, you know, if you're a soldier, if you're like in Snake's shoes, like, do you just do what you're told? And Big Boss at that time, I mean, it was a little over the, I admit, it's a little on the nose, but if you listen to the dialogue, you know, Snake is talking to the boss and he's basically just saying, like, you know, I do whatever it takes to get the job done. I don't question politics, you know, like, I'm a patriot. I serve my country, you know, and it's not about the moral of the factor. It's just about that I'm a soldier and I'm loyal and I do what I'm told. And then the boss is like, oh, you know, are you sure though? Like, are you sure about that? You sure about that? And Snake's like, wait, what? What do you mean? And then obviously that can be, it is very political type stuff there, but it's all to serve for the purpose of in the bigger picture. You know, we all know what happens with Naked Snake, Big Boss. He eventually turns what is perceived to be as bad and evil, but in reality, it's like he just felt like a tool being used. And it's like, I think Big Boss's story is very interesting too. Big Boss's story is really interesting because he ultimately wanted to create like a haven for people like him, which was soldiers who felt like their only purpose in life was to fight for something. But rather than fighting for, you know, governments or anything like that, They're just going to fight for what they want to fight for, what they believe in. And, and then, he also came across some nukes, and that was problematic. I love Metal Gear. I really do. In case you get, I can't stop talking about it, because as we get closer to this potential showcase, I'm just like, oh my God, it's going to happen, bro. Big Boss took the wrong things away from what the boss said. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to spoil anything for Metal Gear Solid 3 for people who haven't. And yeah, that's what's that's what's interesting, because Big Boss, and if you think about where Metal Gear ultimately ended, they're all like, what was the boss's will? And it basically was like, it was like human beings doing the most human being thing ever, where it's like this one person, the boss, she had it right. Like she was almost like almost like a religious figure, basically, that was being worshipped, where it's like, she has the answers. She knows the right way to live. And then you got Big Boss, you got Zero, and they all diverge and go down their own paths, where I know what the boss is. And even Ocelot, I know what the boss's philosophy was, and I'm going to carry on that legacy. And then in reality, it's they just fuck things up. They just end up fucking things up and making things worse. And yeah, I'm not going to go too much into it, though, because I don't want to spoil things. I'm not trying to make this a Metal Gear spoiler cast, but you have most of Metal Gear Solid series quotes burned into your brain. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. It's good shit, man. It's really good shit. Jordan, you're saying MBG social security number reveal at 100K. Yeah, that would be problematic, man. That would be a huge problem for me. Oh, but yeah, my whole thing is I'll end this. I don't know what this topic was exactly, but I'll just say this. I have a great appreciation for people who if they have opposing viewpoints as me, not just political views, but just opposing viewpoints at all. What I greatly appreciate are people who can bring that opposing viewpoint to the table and attempt to get me to see things from a different perspective, from maybe their perspective, in order to try to understand why they have that perspective and why they feel the way they do. So that way, at the very least, what we can do as two human beings is agree to disagree, right? Yeah, like Space Gambler Jr. saying here, at the very least, but maybe even potentially get me to just see things in a different way. I appreciate that. There is something to be said for having your convictions and for, having your own beliefs. Absolutely. It's necessary. But I just think where people get so messed up is in their attempt to try to get other people to see things that way and to believe things that way. And, people human beings, unfortunately, have a tendency, not everybody, but certainly some human beings have a tendency of feeling like, well, the only way I can get somebody to understand is by forcing it upon them, and I don't think that works. When has that ever proven to work? You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's the key. The key is you have to not push shit on people. You have to try to get people to be willing to see things differently and to have a different viewpoint. And you don't get that through fighting, through especially, even when you this is getting pretty deep here, but talk about war and shit. Why does war happen? Usually because at the top of two different hierarchies, there are two opposing viewpoints, and they don't, they're not willing to accept the viewpoint of the other side. It's not just a viewpoint, but it's also what that leads to. There's talk about land, territory, power. Yeah, it's complicated. It's a mess, man. Humanity is a fucking mess. But again, that's the nature of the universe. The universe is purely chaotic, and at least seemingly, as far as we can tell, it seems chaotic. And if there is a rhyme or a reason, we can't quite put our finger on it exactly. At least that's how I see it. But yeah, man, I appreciate video games. that's to bring it back to video games. Like I appreciate games that really try to bring bring meaningful things to the table when they're able to, and do it in a nuanced and respectful way. And I love that. I love that. Like, dude, I'm not kidding when I say like a lot of like the shit that I feel like I've learned in terms of like thinking on a deeper level and just looking past the surface. I know it sounds crazy, but that's why I'm so obsessed with Metal Gear, because dude, those games, like when I was young playing them, right? I think it was like 10 years old when I experienced MGS. I think I was 10 when I experienced MGS 3. And I was even younger. I was probably like 9 when I experienced MGS 2. Like, dude, these games were like asking certain questions and like not even asking questions, but doing things and making me experience things where I'm like, yo, what? It's crazy shit, dude. It was crazy. Like, and I really feel like it molded like my viewpoint on certain things to a degree anyway. I don't know, man. Snake is my favorite character of all time. I really always felt like I related to both Solid Snake and Big Boss, truly. Like a deeply personal level. Even though I'm not like a soldier. I'm not a do I watch Python Salkin's channel? I do, yeah. Shout out to those guys. Dude, I remember when Metal Gear Solid 5, when we were building up to launch that, I was obsessed with their theory videos, bro. I was obsessed with their theory videos. We're playing as Gray Fox. I totally believe that. And they were pretty close, dude. Yeah, they have a good channel. Colby Watson, you're saying, how do you go about dealing with burnout? So I actually had to look into this a little bit. Burnout, I misunderstood what burnout was. And I might still have it mixed up. I thought burnout was feeling like hold on, I'm trying to make sure I don't get this confused. Like I thought many times I was burned out, but I actually wasn't burned out. I was just kind of depressed. Like burnout to me, I always would think like, man, like I would walk around being like, I have no motivation. Like I can't really see the point. And I'm struggling to find that motivation. And then, I would think, oh, I'm probably just burned out. And then if I would take like a little bit of time, I would begin to realize like that feeling isn't really going away. And so I ultimately confused burnout with depression, essentially. And then I discovered burnout is actually when you don't have a problem with motivation. You don't have a problem with wanting to do the stuff. The problem is literally just stress. Like it's too much on your plate. Like you just literally can't keep up with it. And that's when I learned that, oh, that's burnout, because that's a real thing that happens very consistently in certain fields where it's not a matter of lack of motivation. It's not a matter. I mean, all of these things burnout can lead to depression, of course. But how I deal with burnout basically is I have to just find good ways to try to decompress, and most importantly, try to be aware when I need that. That's the thing, is everybody's different. And sometimes I can get sometimes I could get like overly motivated where it's like, I'm turned on and I'm going. And I need to know when to like, okay, we're going to just power down now and we're going to decompress and we're just going to, we're going to enter a different state now. That to me I don't know if that would be considered burnout, but I feel like it certainly leads to burnout, where it's like I'm stressed and I'm putting more stress into my life actively, and I'm not I'm not delegating it properly, and I'm just letting it all just kind of exist in a completely chaotic state for an extended period of time, and I need to just like I need to compartmentalize better. So specifically video game burnout. Same thing, dude. Well, I don't know. Video game burnout is a little bit different because I feel like I'm a little bit burned out now with video games, where I did say in a previous stream that one of the reasons why I'm so utterly excited for the PlayStation Showcase is because I really am looking to Sony to, reignite my passion for video games. Not to say that like, oh, I hate video games now and I don't like them. I'm sure everybody who's considers themselves a hardcore gamer, you've been there where it's like you just find that like you don't have as much of a desire to play as you once did. And sometimes, I mean, for some people, it's as simple as you just got to take a break. It's as simple as that, and that very well could be all it is, where I just need to take a little break. And that's why I kind of said, like, I'm not trying to dive deep into a video game right now. Rather, I'm just looking to very casually just hop online a couple times throughout the week and just play a couple of, just chill rounds where I'm not getting super invested. And I realize like I'm probably doing that because I need a break. You know what I mean? Like I've been gaming my whole life practically. But I do sometimes think though, like in the video game industry, it's not just me. And that's where I realize like that's the truth. It's not just me all the time. Like there are problems, I think, with the industry where it's like you're saying somebody in the chat named Boycott Activision says the reason for video game burnout is the assembly line like structure of most video game companies. And that's the thing is it's like I do start to kind of feel like when things start to feel like they just become routine, like too routine, where there's just not there. It's not as interesting to me anymore. It's not as engaging. It can start to feel that way. But I look around the gaming industry and I sometimes start to get, I don't know, it could be that I'm just not looking in the right places. Like somebody might say like, dude, you'd like to mostly play AAA games and you like to play multiplayer games as well. And maybe that's the problem is specifically in the AAA game space and also in the multiplayer game space. These are the two genres or areas where, a lot of times, yes, a lot of publishers and a lot of video game companies, they do just kind of play it very, very safe. And that could be why. But, it's not so much about playing it safe as much as it's just, I don't know. I get like I can understand why companies play it safe, but this is why I'm saying I'm putting so much stock into Sony's next showcase because I really want to, like, I really need to see them come out and like, Sony, if you're going to do something in the live service space, I really need you to like do something interesting and potentially unique. I'm not saying it has to be absurdly unique, like unrecognizably unique. No, I'm not saying it, but it has to deviate a little bit. And maybe that does just simply, more than anything, I want that to come in the form of gameplay. Gameplay loops, man. Like I feel like the most difficult thing in video games these days is to innovate with gameplay loops because we've reached like a I don't know. To me, it seems like we've reached a point where it's like remember how like Battle Royale was like the big thing, and it still kind of is. Like Fortnite's still the #1 game. That's Battle Royale. I've spent hundreds of hours playing a Battle Royale game myself, PUBG. You know why? Because that like when you get hooked on that gameplay loop, you realize like, dude, this is more intense than almost anything out there. It's just me and 3 other people that I'm playing with, where it's us against like, 96 other people. And it requires an insane amount of focus, skill, and the only way you win is by truly getting really fucking good. And also, it's just, it could be like one of the most, and that's why like Battle Royale. And keep in mind, like this is coming from somebody where over the years when playing multiplayer games, I played TDM a lot, deathmatch, search and destroy, game modes like that. capture the flag, the whole thing. And those game modes are fun too, but then you realize like, oh shit, like, so Battle Royale is essentially the next evolution of these different modes. That's what it is. That's why a lot of people say, like, even with Call of Duty today, like, oh, everybody's like, almost everybody's playing Warzone. Everybody's playing Warzone, and like the regular multiplayer kind of gets neglected because so many people have graduated, I guess is the way to something that's like more like high stakes, more intense, more engaging. And that's why I'm like, dude, if Sony, if Naughty Dog does I know people are going to cringe, but it's because they don't know. I'm telling you, people who cringe, it's because they don't know. And if they were to experience it, they'd be like, oh shit, I fucking get it. If Naughty Dog does a dedicated battle royale, like a large scale, like 80 player, 100 player battle royale in the Last of Us universe, that's going to be fucking insane. Like that could be the next big thing, because the gameplay that the Last of Us allows would facilitate some of the most insane battle royale matches that have ever occurred, beyond Fortnite, beyond PUBG. However, you're saying literally no innovation in that space for the past decade. I do agree that it's tough to innovate on the battle royale formula because it's such a there's only so much room. You know what I mean? Like, what can you change? Can we maybe we can make the map bigger? We can make it smaller. We can create different groups of teams. Like, you know, if it could be 50 versus 50, it could be, you know, group. There's only so much you can do. And some innovation that we've seen in the battle royale space is like you see like the extraction based game mode. Have you guys heard of this? This is another interesting one. This is something that The Last of Us multiplayer could do. Extraction based is essentially like you go in and you loot, and there could potentially also be like, you know, a PvE element. And this is why I think this could work in The Last of Us, where you could go out into the city, San Francisco, in The Last of Us multiplayer, and you're with a co-op partner, and you could go into buildings, you can loot, scavenge for supplies, maybe find new weapons, find rare weapons, you know, find rare items and shit, and you carry that on your character. But there are other actual players in this large play space with you as well. And in the case of The Last of Us, other groups of 2 survivors. And if you run into each other, you have a couple options. Do we engage? Do we fight each other? And if you choose to engage and fight, you're going to be risking all your loot, because in the extraction-based game mode, that's why it's called an extraction-based, the goal is to get in, get the good shit, and extract successfully and take it with you. And if you die in that process, you lose everything you looted. You know, if you get that awesome weapon, that awesome piece of gear, whatever it might be, that awesome cosmetic, if you die before you can extract, you lose it. So it's like high risk. It's that type of high risk, high reward stuff. And you know, if you encounter other players, you don't have to engage. You can try to run. You can try to hide. And I think, dude, if you take that concept, the extraction based mode, now that I'm thinking about it, it'd be even better. You can make it better than Battle Royale. The Last of Us multiplayer would be perfect for an extraction based game mode, because you inject, you put clickers all around. Oh my God. Now that would be fucking incredible. I hope they're doing something like that, because that's what I need, man. Like I know I'm gonna probably get another Last of Us game at some point, right? Where I get to experience like a really gut-wrenching, brutal, insane, post-apocalyptic human story. But the idea that in between my time waiting for that, Sony's like, hey, why don't you come play The Last of Us multiplayer, where you have that same gameplay and you have a character you created and you can play with other people and you can play these insanely awesome game modes. Dude, oh my God, to me, that's perfect. That's exactly what I want from Sony, man. Because I keep waiting on all these other different video game publishers to deliver stuff that I'm interested in, and some of them do, but most of them do not. Magnum Gaming, sorry I made you wait, man. You're saying might be all these open world games, MBG. That is why I enjoyed PSVR 2, because the games are more linear and not that long, but with a blast of immersion. Yeah, so a game that's definitely, I'll be honest, a game that's definitely going to make me get PSVR 2, because I really thought about it, is Firewall Ultra. Like I've played a lot of FPS games, a lot of tactical based shooters. But I do get the sense that what they're doing with Firewall Ultra on PSVR 2, it might be the exact thing that I need, where it's like, I need something more. You know, I need something that is, what's the next step? I played TDM, I played Search and Destroy, I played all these different game modes over and over and over again. I played Battle Royale. I played Extraction based. What's the next step? That might be it, dude. Is like, oh, dude, tactical gameplay, tactical shooter gameplay in VR, you know? And I know that already exists, but it just seems like Firewall Ultra might be truly like the next gen version of that. And we talk about like SOCOM, right? Everybody talks about, oh, SOCOM has to come back. Dude, Firewall Ultra basically looks like it's SOCOM VR. Like, that's basically what it is, you know? That's why I'm like, dude, fuck, rather than me sitting around saying I need another SOCOM, maybe I'll go play that. So, yeah, and you're definitely right about the open world. Like, I love open world games as well. I just noticed, like, I can't play open world games back to back to back to back. I need a little bit of, you know, I don't have a problem with open world games, but I just need a little bit more variety in between to keep me, you know, to keep things fresh. Because open world games, the big thing about them is they're daunting to me. You know, like I can get excited about how big a game is, like, and how wide open it is, but they're daunting. Andrew, you're saying if you're burnt out on games, now's the time to try VR. Absolutely, man. That's why, like, I'm hoping we get like a release date for Firewall Ultra. I'm very excited about that game. Like, I know I said I need to see more. I mean, I do. I want to see more VR2 games from Sony. Absolutely. But I want to see more Firewall Ultra as well. But yeah, man, I really, dude, there's a lot hinging on this PlayStation showcase, man. Because, and the reason people like say I get like too hyped, but the reason being is because you have to try to understand, like, you're saying that comparison is ridiculous. You think so? I don't know if you're talking to me, William. You might be talking in the chat. You're talking about my SOCOM comparison. Is that ridiculous? Maybe it is. Maybe it's a little bit. It's like a first-person SOCOM, I guess. But, you know, you have to try to see things from my perspective, where there are specific things that I would like to see. And what's crazy about this upcoming PlayStation showcase, if it's real and if it's going to happen, the crazy thing about the showcase is the potential for Sony to actually deliver precisely, and I mean precisely, what I want on like an individual level is fucking crazy. Like, this is why I'm saying, like, this showcase might end up being the best showcase I ever see from Sony, depending on how it plays out. Because it's like, oh, you want your open world, big AAA single player experience? Well, we got you covered. Spider-Man 2. You want your big Japanese, or, you know, JRPG, awesome, mega 100-hour experience? Here's Final Fantasy 16. Oh, and by the way, you want that multiplayer experience in the world of some of these games that you love, like The Last of Us, like Ghost of Tsushima, stuff like that, right? Like Horizon, maybe. Check out these multiplayer games we got for you. Oh, and you also want your Metal Gear remake that you've been waiting for like God knows how long now. We got that for you too. It's like, this is what I'm saying. Like, Sony is about to single-handedly, like, just completely reignite my passion for gaming. As dramatic as that may sound, but they have the potential to do that with this upcoming showcase. My excitement is truly, it truly is reaching a fever pitch level. And like I've said earlier, there is a chance that it always could be. Oh yeah, true. Final Fantasy 16 is more of an ARPG, technically. Yes. True. ARPG. I forgot that they don't like the term, they don't like to use the term JRPG. And that's even better for me, because I mean I'm very attracted to ARPGs. But this is why, honestly, like, not to needlessly bring this up, but people say, like, dude, how come it seems like you're always so excited for PlayStation so easily with anything they do, but anything, when it comes to Xbox, you just make it seem like you're just expecting disappointment. It's because, like, dude, like, I want some great things from Microsoft as well, but it's just where they are right now. I really, like, that's the difference, right? Like, I'm actually going into PlayStation Show, assuming that they are going to have a showcase. I'm going into PlayStation Show literally saying, like, dude, if the rumors are true and they show the things that we're expecting to see, they're gonna like completely reignite my excitement and passion for gaming. I cannot say even remotely close to the same thing about the upcoming Xbox showcase. Like, with the Xbox showcase, it's more along the lines of, I'm desperately hoping that there's even just a couple of things they show that get me relatively excited and interested. The potential is there, but that's the main difference, and that's why I'm so supportive of Sony. That's why I'm so passionate about PlayStation, because it's just like, could things go sideways for Sony? Absolutely. Could they show Twisted Metal and it looks like a fucking joke? Yeah, they could. Could The Last of Us multiplayer end up being like, yikes, what the fuck were they thinking? Yes, it could. It definitely could. But I'm not willing to assume that that is what's going to happen, because Sony hasn't really given me much of a reason to believe that that's what I should expect. So, and you know what? I want to end this with something pretty important. And this is actually direct input from you guys. I'm heading over to my channel on the community tab. I put out a poll publicly. It didn't get nearly as many votes as I hoped it would, but it still got quite a few. And this poll that I put out, I said, how are you feeling about Sony's upcoming push into live service multiplayer games? And I put 3 options for you guys to choose from. Option 1, very optimistic, excited to see them. Option number 2, I'm not excited, but I'm not against it. Let's see what happens. And option number 3, I don't like it at all. I'm completely against it. And so 20% of you, there's a total of 4,400 votes. 20% of you said, I'm very optimistic and excited to see them. 63%, so by far the most, said, I'm not excited about it, but I'm not against it. Let's see what happens. And then 17% of you said, I don't like it at all. I'm completely against it. And I think that these results are interesting. I will say this. I did truly expect a higher percentage for people saying, I don't like it at all. I'm completely against it. It doesn't shock me at all that the highest percentage at 63 are people saying that I'm not excited for it, but I'm not like completely against it. Like, people basically saying I have an open mind. Like, I'm willing to see what they have to offer and maybe allow myself to be excited if I like what I see, but I'm not just immediately writing it off and saying, no way, I don't care at all. And I think that's good. I think that's a positive thing, because it does show that, a lot of people are willing to let Sony, win them over, as long as Sony delivers something good, right? That's pretty much what it comes down to. And then 20% said they're very optimistic and looking forward to it. And some of the comments here, I'm going to read some of the most upvoted comments. John says, as long as it doesn't become their main focus like other companies, I don't mind more options. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. The key with Sony and live service, if they find success, is going to be balance. Chris says, I'm just afraid games will become more about greed and microtransactions and less about good quality, fun, engaging games. That's absolutely a fair assessment of it, fair fear to have. But I would argue that the only way Sony's going to be able to drive these microtransactions in these multiplayer games is they're going to have high quality and they're going to have to be fun and engaging, right? Because if they're not, then if you don't get players to stick to the game, you're definitely not going to get players to spend money on the game. So, the core philosophy surrounding live service is obviously we want to drive more revenue through microtransactions, but we know that we need quality to do that. And Legendary Lendega here saying, for me, a remake of Chrono Trigger equals hype. Yeah, dude, that's another one. That's another one that people really want. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know if there's been any word on a Chrono Trigger remake. Like, I want to say like maybe. But yeah, dude, absolutely. That's another one I've seen floating around a lot. Kay the Barbarian says, I was in love with the original Last of Us factions, so I can't wait to see what Naughty Dog have in store for the follow-up. I'm really eager to see what type of variety they bring to their live service offerings. Timothy says, I don't care if it doesn't interrupt the flow of stellar single-player or traditional games. Jaham says, we all know the single-player games will keep coming in full force, so having some live service games isn't that concerning. Most of them are from non-first-party studios. Unicorn Gamer says 10 live service games. That is a lot. A lot of them are going to fail and not take off. I wouldn't have an issue if they were making 1 or 2 live services. And then he says, I want to see Haven Studio make a traditional single-player narrative-driven game after their live service game is released. Something like Kingdom Bridge of Spirits would be perfect. Ghosting You says they need to bring back the Killzone series. Killzone 2 multiplayer was the best of its gen, in my opinion. The Lone Wolf Gamer says, I'll give them a try, but I still want great single-player games. That's what Sony's known for. Here's one that's a little bit different. Zedhead90 says, live service is a business model where developers sell you an empty shell of a game for full price, piecemeal the amount of content that would usually be in a game over the course of years, and rebalance games to encourage recurrent spending. You don't know when it will be finished, and you don't know if it will be finished. You don't know what will be taken out or what will be put in. The only thing you do know is that it'll be obsolete one day and the servers will shut down. So no, absent any info other than Sony's working on live service games, I have absolutely no reason to be excited. Jesus. Zedhead, that is the most dire I gotta say, that is like the most dire outlook on multiplayer live service games I've ever seen, bro. That's great. Like, I mean, I don't know that I'll be honest, I disagree with it because you could say you don't know if it's going to be finished. It sounds like this person just doesn't like the idea of playing a game that can never end. And I think that makes sense. Like, if that sounds disturbing to you, like, I don't want to engage with a video game that doesn't have a beginning, middle, and end and will maybe eventually just go away. I just don't want anything to do with it. But yeah, I mean, that is the concern. A lot of I'll tell you, a lot of live service games I think fail because they do that, right? They do come out, it's like an empty shell of a game. And I don't, if these games are going to be free to play, right? Like, I don't expect Sony to have the same amount of content at launch that they would have with a $70 premium title. I don't expect that, but I do expect there to be a good amount of content, because just because it's free to play doesn't mean you can't have no content, But that's brutal, man. That's definitely brutal. Let me see. What else? This person, Dank, says, for my personal preferences, I'm totally against it. However, from Sony's point of view, I get why they want to. I just hope that they find 1 or 2 quickly that give them all the money. Then they can support those and get back to making great games with the funding they receive from games as a service. That, I feel like, is a misconception, honestly. Like, I get what he's saying, and it makes sense that somebody would feel this way, where it's like, I want them to, like, then get back to making other games. Like, they're still making those other games. Yeah, 10 live service games is a lot, but that one person earlier pointed out that not many of Sony's first-party studios, like their first-party studios are not fully focused on live service. they're still making all those great games, and they're still going to come. So I don't think that's something that people should be too worried about. At least that's my assumption. This person says, I want Days Gone 2. Salvador says, I want Days Gone 2, Resistance 4, Infamous 4, and a new Uncharted game. I couldn't care less about live service games. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's fair. Because it's true, like, we're not getting Infamous 4. We're not getting Resistance 4. At least I don't think we are. I think we are getting a new Uncharted game. And while we may not be... So, I mean, that's the thing, Salvador. Like, we may not be getting everything you want, but we are getting a new Uncharted game. And we might not be getting Days Gone 2, but we're getting a new IP from them. So, yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a spotlight here. I gotta admit, like, there's a lot more negativity in these replies, but I guess that makes sense. We'll see what Sony does, man. We'll see how they do it. We'll see how they launch them. It should be. My biggest fear with Sony's path forward with live service, like, truthfully, my biggest fear is that, like, it's just a colossal failure. That's my biggest fear, because like, there's a chance that none of these games could succeed. That, like, they all just fucking crash and burn, and it's just it's nothing but, like, negative news surrounding it. But I just don't, like, I don't see a world where in a couple weeks time from now, Naughty Dog comes out and, like, introducing The Last of Us multiplayer, and there's a 2.5-minute trailer, and people are like, man, that looks like shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see that as a remote possibility. I just don't see it. Like, at worst, I could see people saying, like, okay, that's interesting, but I'm not into that. I'm not into multiplayer. I'm good. Like, it looks good, but I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I expect at worst. But that's where I don't want to be wrong. I mean, I don't want to be wrong. I don't want a situation where it's like Sony starts rattling off trailers for these live service games, and we're all just, like, looking at each other like, bro, what are they doing? You know? Horizon, Fortnite. I mean, brace yourselves. Some of these live service games are going to have some unique art styles. Yo, I'm going to laugh when The Last of Us multiplayer is revealed to have fucking Fortnite graphics, bro. Oh my God. Could you imagine that shit? I would love that, because it would be like, this is the literal dumbest thing I can't even believe. Like, I can't even believe this happened. They're going to have great art styles. Dude, Bad Company 2 was a legendary game. I loved Bad Company 2. It just goes to show, man, these companies that have these studios, they can catch lightning in a bottle. And I'll never forget when, like, DICE and EA were like, we don't know what made Bad Company 1 and 2 so great, and that's why we're not making Bad Company 3, because, like, we just literally don't know what made it great. And it's like, what? Chris Drummond, welcome aboard, man. Thank you for becoming a member. Bring us up to 151, dude. Love to see it. Sorry, I don't know why. Maybe it's a little bit delayed, actually. It'll probably bump it up to 152, because I just realized it's a little bit delayed. So thank you so much, Chris. Shout out to you. A huge shout out to all of my members who choose to be members month over month. You know, those of you who are, I mean, I love my membership gifts, and those of you who gift memberships, and I love my gifted members as well. But specifically, those of you who choose to remain dedicated members month over month. And I want to give that reminder too, guys. I'm probably going to put out a community post about this. Listen, in the coming days, many of your memberships are probably going to expire. So please seriously consider, if you enjoy being a member, if you've enjoyed your free month as being a member, highly consider, choosing to remain a channel member and support me month over month in that way. I would really, really greatly appreciate that. You can, retain your benefits, and you get to help continue to support me. So just wanted to let you guys know about that. So thank you so much, Chris. And the Genius 200. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Corey Lindega, dude, bro. I turned my head for 1 second. I come back, and Corey Lindega is like, here's another 10 bomb, MBG. Here's another 10 bomb. Dude, W's in the chat for Corey, bro. Thank you so much, man. That officially takes us up to 161, dude. That is amazing. Thank you, Corey. Legendary Lindega does it again. Does it again, bro. Love to see it, man. Love this. Thank you so much, Corey. I mean, really, you've been something else to this community. I don't know, man. Like, Corey, look, I don't know if you're gonna like forever gift memberships. Like, I don't know if like every single month you're just gonna keep gifting and gifting. By all means, if that's what you want to do, man. But just know it's all very much appreciated, dude. Really, really, God, I wonder what your total membership gift count is. It has to be like hundreds at this point. Crazy. Yeah, Zone X, how do you not have a membership yet, man? Is it because is your channel branded? That might be why. Yeah, dude, thank you, Corey. I got a super chat here from the Genius 200. You're saying my hopes are for Legacy of Kain, Resistance reboot, Warhawk, MGS1 with VR support, Siphon Filter reboot, Half-Life Alyx for PSVR 2, and a solid multiplayer game. That's a pretty good list, man. I'll say honestly, out of everything you listed, what I think is most likely to be possible, MGS, potentially MGS1 could show up in some capacity. Maybe VR support with it. Half-Life Alyx, I think, could show up. Resistance, maybe, like a very, very slight chance. But I don't know. I don't know that I'm holding out much hope for War. I don't think Warhawk's going to show up, honestly. Siphon Filter reboot, unlikely. I mean, we know that Ben Studio is working on a new IP. So if a Siphon Filter reboot happened, it wouldn't happen with Ben. And you're saying a solid multiplayer game? I think we'll get a solid multiplayer game. I definitely think we'll get a solid multiplayer game, dude. So I appreciate that, the Genius. And we'll see. We'll see if you end what on your list ends up showing up. And we got Salvazard06 saying, hey, MBG, what if the Horizon multiplayer game has Fortnite graphics because the game will include both Horizon Forbidden West and Zero Dawn maps? Yeah, that could work, actually. That would be interesting. That would be massive. To be honest, I worry about Guerrilla Games and Horizon. I'll be just totally truthful. I worry that they might be. I don't know. I feel like a Horizon multiplayer game is an easy win if you just do what people expect, and that is, so you're telling me I can team up with my friends and fight these crazy machines with them together, like basically Monster Hunter, essentially. And if they deviate from that and try to do something like way different, like Horizon Battle Royale or something, I don't know that would work. But you're mentioning the graphical art style. I mean, I don't know, man. I do feel a certain way. I gotta be just totally honest. I don't feel great. I don't feel great about the art style that the Horizon multiplayer game is going in, simply because Horizon's like one of the most beautiful, best looking games, and I don't know. I guess my expectation, like with The Last of Us, for example, like The Last of Us is one of the best looking games. The Last of Us Part 1, Part 2. I'm fully expecting this multiplayer game to be just as good looking at minimum as like the core Last of Us games. And that's awesome because I feel like that's what it should look like. I had that same expectation for Horizon where I'm like, dude, Horizon's art style is incredible. The graphics are incredible. I'm expecting a multiplayer experience to look just like that, but I don't know, man. Apparently they they decided not to go with that. We'll see, man. I mean, gameplay is king, so a game can look however it wants to look. If the gameplay nails it, then the art style, it is what it is. But yeah, I would definitely. That could be a reason. It could be because maybe the scale and like scope of the game is just very large. But I don't know, dude. I'll be honest. I get the feeling with Horizon's multiplayer game that they're basically trying to go for a Fortnite / Genshin Impact level of success. That's what I think. I think that Sony looks at the Horizon series as one of their biggest, most appealing series that has the widest appeal. Because that's another angle we have to kind of view it from, where it's like, well, if you think about all of the big name IPs that Sony could try to convert into multiplayer games, I mean, you think about The Last of Us, you think about Ghost of Tsushima, you think about, I don't know, whatever else, right? I feel like Horizon, it probably, I think it has probably the most like mainstream appeal to a degree. Could be wrong about that. As in, when I say, I don't want to say main, that's the wrong terminology. Not mainstream appeal, but like, I could see Horizon appealing to all different age groups. It's not like a super mature themed game. And so maybe they decided like this is going to be the game. This would be the best IP to kind of give this treatment to, because it has the most potential to appeal to other, like to basically the Fortnite crowd, the Genshin Impact crowd. And that's the thing is like a lot of these games, like I don't think like the Last of Us multiplayer, while I do think it has the potential to be a big success, I don't think that's going to be a game where it's like suddenly the Fortnite crowd all simultaneously just decided to go play The Last of Us multiplayer. I don't think that's happening, We'll see. We'll see, man. But that's some good speculation, Salvazar. I'm interested. I'm very interested to see these games, man. As you guys know, I'm very interested. I just hope I hope that whatever games Sony's planning to announce that have that type of art style, I really hope they show gameplay and the gameplay looks really good. That's my hope. Because if they show like imagine they show this Horizon multiplayer game and it has that art style, that graphical style, and it just looks bad. Like just like, yo, what is this? Like, what is this? That would be very bad. Nick Respawns, you're saying if it's a good extraction shooter, I think it could be really big. Yeah, and also I wonder if we're going to see Firewalk's game, dude. I'm excited to see Firewalk's game because this is a studio that Sony was so impressed with, and they're deep in, like, dude, their game is probably almost done. That's what's crazy about Firewalk. Their game is probably almost done, and Sony liked it so much that they're like, "Do you want to get acquired? Do you want us to buy you? What do you say?" And they did, and Sony, I think Sony's convinced that they might have something special on their hands with Firewalk and with Haven. We could see both. We could see Firewalk's game and Haven's game. We will see. We will see. Let me make sure I didn't have any other topics to discuss with you guys. So yeah, I mean, we did talk about Metal Gear a lot, so even though I didn't focus necessarily on the exclusivity aspect, we did talk about Metal Gear. I'm interested to see Castlevania too. Bro, we need a showcase announcement. I'm going to be so sad if it doesn't happen. Patience, guys. I'm telling you, guys, don't wake up tomorrow expecting an announcement. Don't go into Tuesday or Wednesday. We need to just center ourselves and understand that Sony operates differently these days. Sony might not wait, or Sony might not announce the showcase until next week. All right. So MBG, what playable characters you want to see in the MGO1 remake? I don't know, man. Like I feel like if Konami were to actually remake Metal Gear Online 1, I would want them to just keep it as it was, the same characters. That's the thing, though, is, that's a great question that I've brought up. Yeah, Volgan would be interesting. A great question I brought up with Metal Gear Online 1, not Metal Gear Online 1, Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake. How are they going to handle this game, dude? Like, I need to ask you guys, how does Metal Gear Solid 3's gameplay hold up? Like, do you think Metal Gear Solid 3 could successfully get the Demon Souls remake treatment, where the game is 1-to-1 gameplay wise? The gameplay is not changed at all, and people would be okay with that. I'm just curious to see what you guys think. Somebody says hell yeah. Somebody says yes. Somebody says no. I have to think real hard about this. Dude, I don't know. I feel like I gotta play. Saying Subsistence has the 3D camera already. It does, but I don't know, man. There's one major change that I think would have to happen. There's one major change. The major change is that there would have to be a third person over the shoulder aiming mechanic, similar to MGS 5. Like, I really think that would be needed, because I think that was truly the only thing missing in MGS 3. Because, like, you talk about like Metal Gear Online 1. Metal Gear Online 1 utilized the exact mechanics of MGS 3. And when you were engaging in firefights, you had to either do like auto aim, where you just hold down square, which is weird to think that that's what you would press to shoot. See, that right there automatically tells you something's got to change. You know what I mean? Like, that right off the bat tells me something's got, like, you can't be pressing square to shoot your weapon in 2023. That's whack. But you would either use auto aim or you would go into first person mode. And I feel like, most people would choose to go into first person mode, get those headshots. And that's how you played the regular game as well. I feel like just adding a third person over the shoulder view, like, you could basically switch between when you aim down sights, you could switch where you're either in first person or you're just looking over the shoulder and you have a reticle to aim with. I think that's like, I'll be honest with you. I know this is going to sound brutal, and it's nothing against the game, because obviously I think Metal Gear Solid 3 it's one of my favorite games of all time. I think it needs more done to it. I really do. I know that might be maybe an unpopular opinion, but like, I do feel like it needs more work. Like, it needs not a complete overhaul, but certain aspects of it have to be more modernized. And the biggest reason I feel this way is because, dude, if you go play MGS 4, not even 5, MGS 4, which came out after MGS 3, like, dude, even if you took that, like, those gameplay mechanics, like, they just felt so much better. They just made more sense. But especially if you look at MGS 5, dude, MGS 5 is an extremely fluid game. And also, dude, you have to consider, like, hold on a second. What engine is Metal Gear Solid 3 going to be made in? Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake. The Fox engine? Right? Like, is it safe to say that's the engine that it's going to be remade in? Because that kind of was already what was done for the Pachinko. the godforsaken Pachinko Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. See, I feel like that's where the answer lies. I'll be honest, if Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake is done in the Fox engine, first off, that would be insane because the Fox engine is amazing, and it's very sad that Konami has just totally underutilized it. But I think that's where the answer lies, because if Metal Gear Solid 3 is remade in the Fox engine, I guarantee you they basically made Metal Gear, they took Metal Gear Solid 5's mechanics and they put it into MGS 3. I bet you that's what it'll end up being. Because it's already there. Like, it's like the code is just right there. But, you know, I see somebody mentioning Unreal Engine 5. So if it were Unreal Engine, I mean, that's, I don't know. I'll tell you right now, though, I don't think it can be a 1-to-1 remake, man. I don't think that would be a good idea. I'm just being brutally honest, man. Like, I feel like something would feel really off. Like, imagine you see Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, and it's like mind-blowing graphics. Like, holy fuck, look at how good this game looks. But then you're playing, it's like, why? I don't know. I just feel like if you were to just play it, it's like something is off, though. You know? Like, that's the thing about, I mentioned Demon's Souls Remake. Demon's Souls Remake, the reason why that game didn't have to be touched gameplay-wise, and it was simply just about bring up the graphics, bring up the fidelity, is because the exact same gameplay. If you play Elden Ring plays identical to Demon's Souls. The gameplay has not changed. Like, the famous From Software formula was created with Demon's Souls and persisted throughout Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring. It was refined a little bit, of course, but generally speaking, it's the same. Like, it really hasn't really changed at all. And I feel like you can't say the same about Metal Gear, right? Where it's like, I mean, you play a game like Metal Gear Solid 5. Metal Gear Solid 5 is like the ultimate refinement of action stealth mechanics, you know, for a Metal Gear game. And I just feel like if you go back, like, at the very least, you could probably, like, if you were to do a Metal Gear Solid 4 remake, I think you could maintain Metal Gear Solid 4's gameplay just as it is, because it holds up unbelievably well, it seems to me. And it makes sense for that game. But I feel like from Metal Gear Solid 3 to 1, like, something's got to change, man. Like, you can't, if you do a 1-to-1 remake, I'm telling you, people are not going to be okay with that. It's not going to be good, because people are going to pick up on, like, why does this shit feel old? You know what I mean? Like they're going to pick up on, like, this doesn't feel like a modern day game. Like, these don't feel like modern day animations. This doesn't feel like modern day combat in a game. And then that's where the big question comes up. Here's a doozy of a question for you. If you're the development team doing the remake for MGS3 and you decide, okay, we're going to do it in Fox Engine, we're going to use Metal Gear Solid 5 mechanics, does that break MGS3? Because MGS3 was not a game that was made with those mechanics in mind. So like, does that mean you have to alter certain levels? Does that mean you have to alter massive portions of the game? Do you have to expand the game? Do you have to expand the levels? I mean, honestly, if you go back and play Metal Gear Solid 3, I got one. I mean, okay, what about the PlayStation 5's SSD? Right? Let's talk about the PlayStation 5's SSD. If you go back and play Metal Gear Solid 3, like, you had to go, like, there were transition breaks, right? Like, there were, like, sections of the game. Like, here's a section of the jungle. Then you progress to the second section of the jungle, and there's a loading screen, and each section has a name. And you could just tell, like, these are just levels. You're just going from one level to the next level to the next level. How does that work with the PS5's instantaneous SSD? Maybe it doesn't have to be that way anymore. Maybe they can flesh it out and make it like we can actually just make a fucking jungle, you know, like an explorable jungle. You know, I like, this is where I'm not familiar with the studio that's apparently remaking Metal Gear Solid 3. MGS3 Remake just needs to have a bigger level expansion in size similar to Ground Zeroes. That could work, I think. If they basically just like if they basically just removed all of the loading screens and just basically made like one open jungle, like different sections, like large sections, you know, of the jungle. And I mean, you got Groznygrad. I mean, I feel like dude, if you play Ground Zeroes, that's like Groznygrad, bro. This is why I'm saying, like, oh man, I hope they don't fuck it up. I gotta admit, I'm pretty nervous because I don't know the studio that's developing it. They're called Virtuous. Apparently, they're really good. I don't know. I don't know about that. Oh my god, now I'm getting scared. I'm scaring myself, guys. I'm scaring myself. What if they show the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake and it just, the gameplay looks not good? What if they fuck it up? Uh-oh. I've been streaming too long. I'm starting to have my intrusive thoughts. Saying Python Selkin has a video on this. Do they? I'll have to go check that out, dude. Good Lord, don't say that. I mean, that's what scares me, man. You're saying they chose Blooper Team for Silent Hill 2, and it's like, I'm optimistic about Silent Hill 2, but I mean, I could see them, like, in a way, kind of messing it up. I'll be honest, dude. Metal Gear Solid, like the Metal Gear Solid series, and especially like Metal Gear Solid 3, dude, it's on a different level to me than Silent Hill 2. Like if Blooper Team fucks up Silent Hill 2, I could live with that and be like, okay, well, that sucks. I can't believe you guys did that. But dude, in the day and age when we get amazing, incredible remakes, if MGS3 gets fucked up, I'm gonna, dude, oh man, I'm gonna need therapy for that. I'm gonna have to sue Konami for doing emotional damage, because that would be problematic, man. Does MGS3 remake need to be open world? No. I don't think it can't be open world. It would break the game. It can't be open world, but I think it could be, like, okay, here's the best way I could put it. I think that Metal Gear Solid 3, if we look at it as it stands, it's a linear game. It's a linear game. Like, it is. You're just, it's not much different than if you look at Metal Gear Solid 2 on the the big shell. It seems like it's one big massive area, but you're just basically going from one level to the next. And you have the freedom to, like, backtrack and go in circles if you want. And you can pretty much do the same thing in MGS3. And in MGS4, that's where things kind of changed, where they really expanded things, where it's like, now we kind of have long, like, wide linear, basically, levels. They're not super wide linear, but certainly more open. And then obviously MGS5 went full-blown open world. I think the secret to creating a successful Metal Gear Solid 3 remake is you need to convert what was pretty much a purely linear game into a much more wide linear game. And I'm not a developer, so I don't know how you go about doing that successfully for a game that already exists. But yeah, I would love to see that happen. But anyway, guys, I think I've went on long enough about Metal Gear. And I think it's going to do it, guys. It is Mother's Day. I'm sure Mrs. MBG is waiting for me to finish up so I can spend the rest of the day hanging out with her and the family. So yeah, I think that's going to do it, guys, for episode 160 of Press X Podcast. And before I go, I want to thank you guys. Obviously, another incredibly successful stream. We got 161 members, which is crazy. Again, like, you guys are wild. And really quick before I go, I'll give you the results of the poll I put out 2 hours ago. We have 1,151 votes. Do you believe PlayStation is holding a PlayStation? Do you believe Sony is holding a PlayStation showcase in the next 2 to 3 weeks? 75% of you who voted said yes. 25% of you said no. So these are the results, guys. They'll pop up in the chat for you here. But yes, I have to issue again a big thank you to you guys. Constantly showing up to every stream I do and showing immense support. We have a ton of super chats as well. Guys, huge shout out to everybody who super chats. You keep the conversation going, and it's just as much of a support. Shout out to all of my members. Shout out to everybody who gifts. Obviously, we have some very, very generous people here who continue to gift each stream, and I really appreciate that. I'm very thankful, very grateful to be able to do what I do here, and you guys make that possible. You guys are the lifeblood of the channel. This community is amazing, and I thank you all. So, yeah, that does it, man. That does it. And a shout out to Devil Shooter, who will at some point get timestamps up for this podcast. And yeah, I hope everybody enjoys the rest of your Sunday. And we'll see what tomorrow brings. We'll see what this upcoming week brings. But that does it, guys. I'm gonna go get some food because I'm starving. So, all right. Until next time, everybody.